Life can sometimes feel like a whirlwind. One moment, you're on top of the world, and the next, you're knocked down by a wave of confusion, uncertainty, or disappointment. In those moments, we often wonder, what's the secret to staying steady, to moving forward even when the ground beneath us feels shaky? How do some people seem to carry a deep sense of peace and clarity, even amidst the storms of life? The answer lies in a few simple but powerful life lessons, lessons that, once learned, will forever shift your perspective. They come from the wisdom of Stoicism, a philosophy that has stood the test of time, teaching people how to find inner peace no matter the external circumstances. Picture this. You've been wrestling with self-doubt, wondering if you'll ever figure it all out. The stress mounts as you overthink every decision, worrying about the future, beating yourself up over the past. Sound familiar? What if you learned that this mental battle isn't necessary? What if you discovered a way to live where peace isn't something you chase, but something that flows naturally into your life? It begins with shifting how you see the world and your place in it. There is a path that brings clarity and calm, and it all starts with understanding that the power is already within you to transform how you approach every challenge, every setback, and even your own emotions. The truth is, the way we live is often out of balance. We push ourselves too hard, compare our journey to everyone else's, and feel like we're always chasing the next thing. Our minds become cluttered with fears, regrets, and the pressure to be perfect. But this doesn't have to be the case. You can break free from these traps, and once you do, life will never look the same. Take a moment to think about how often we let external situations control our internal peace. Whether it's the opinions of others, the pressure to succeed, or the fear of the unknown, we let these forces shape our actions, our moods, and ultimately, our happiness. But what if you could live with a deep sense of purpose, unshaken by these distractions? What if every day you felt calm and centered, regardless of what life throws your way? This transformation begins by understanding one of the most powerful truths. You are in control of your responses, not the events themselves. The Stoics teach that while you can't always control what happens around you, you have complete control over how you react. Once you grasp this, you no longer live at the mercy of external circumstances. This shift in mindset alone can set you on a path of freedom, helping you cultivate a life of purpose, resilience, and inner strength. Why do we suffer from overthinking? Because we constantly worry about things we cannot control. We agonize over what-ifs and create scenarios in our minds that may never even happen. But as you begin to practice letting go of what's beyond your reach, you'll notice a profound sense of relief wash over you. Peace doesn't come from controlling everything, but from focusing on what you can control: your thoughts, your actions, your attitude. Think about the times you've said yes when you should have said no. How often do we sacrifice our own well-being, our time, and our energy because we're afraid of disappointing others? Learning to protect your own energy and set boundaries isn't selfish, it's essential. Once you learn to value your peace over pleasing everyone, you open up the door to real freedom. Your time and energy are your most valuable resources, and only you can decide how to spend them. There's another trap many of us fall into: comparison. We look around and see others who seem to have it all figured out, and we feel like we're falling behind. But this constant comparison is a thief, robbing us of the joy that comes from our unique journey. Once you embrace the idea that your path is yours alone, that no one else's success or failure has anything to do with your own worth, you unlock a sense of contentment that nothing else can give. You stop chasing what others have and start appreciating where you are. And what about the fear of missing out? That nagging feeling that life is passing you by, that someone else is living a more exciting, more fulfilling life. It keeps us running, always searching for the next thrill, the next opportunity, the next thing that will make us feel alive. But what if you learned that true joy comes not from having everything, but from being fully present in each moment? You'll discover that when you stop chasing every shiny distraction, life becomes richer, more meaningful, and far more peaceful. Life is filled with mundane tasks, the daily grind that sometimes feels like it's just dragging us down. But what if you could find purpose and meaning in those ordinary moments? What if the way you wash the dishes, walk the dog, or fold the laundry could be as fulfilling as achieving a big goal? The key is learning how to be present, to pour your full attention into whatever you're doing, no matter how small. It's in these moments that you'll find the kind of peace that can transform your life. And then there's one of the most important lessons of all, self-forgiveness. We carry so much weight from our past mistakes, holding on to guilt and regret, as if punishing ourselves will somehow make us better. But it's the opposite. The longer you hold on to these burdens, the more they drag you down. Learning to forgive yourself is one of the greatest gifts you can give to yourself. When you finally let go of the past, you free up space for growth, for joy, and for new beginnings. At the same time, we must learn to let go of the impossible standard of perfection. Perfectionism is like a heavy chain, keeping you from moving forward because you're afraid of making mistakes. But here's a secret. Life isn't perfect, and that's exactly what makes it beautiful. There's a Japanese philosophy called wabi-sabi that celebrates the beauty of imperfection, and once you embrace this mindset, you'll start to see the cracks and flaws in your life as what makes it truly unique and precious. Small changes, when made consistently, lead to massive transformations. You don't need to overhaul your life in one day. Focus on small habits, like waking up a little earlier to meditate, practicing gratitude every evening, or spending 5 minutes a day learning something new. These small actions compound over time, and before you know it, you'll look back and realize just how far you've come. Another powerful shift happens when you learn the art of saying no. How many times have you said yes to things that drained you, left you exhausted, or pulled you away from what truly matters? When you learn to say no, you're not just protecting your time, you're giving yourself the space to say yes to the things that light you up, that bring you closer to your purpose. And then there's uncertainty. It's the one thing we all have to live with, whether we like it or not. But instead of fearing the unknown, what if you could embrace it? The Stoics teach us that uncertainty is inevitable, but it doesn't have to bring anxiety. When you accept that life is unpredictable, you free yourself from the constant need to control. You learn to flow with life, adapting to whatever comes your way. As you read these lessons, you might feel a shift already starting. Maybe it's a sense of relief, knowing that you're not alone in this journey. Or maybe it's a spark of hope, a new perspective that offers a way out of the mental traps you've been caught in for so long. Whatever it is, trust it. These lessons are here to guide you toward a life that feels lighter, more peaceful, and deeply fulfilling. There is no destination, no final point where you've figured it all out. Life is a continuous process of learning and growth. But once you begin to apply these lessons, you'll notice a profound transformation within yourself. The way you see the world, the way you approach challenges, and the way you experience joy will all shift in ways you never thought possible. This isn't just about surviving life. It's about truly living it. So take these lessons to heart and get ready. You're about to embark on a journey of deep inner transformation, one that will change everything. Now that we've opened the door to what these life-changing lessons can do, let's take our first step deeper into the journey. There's one habit, one destructive force that has been quietly robbing us of peace, joy, and clarity for far too long. It's not something external, but rather a battle that happens inside the mind. Overthinking. This silent enemy sneaks in during moments of uncertainty, doubt and fear, turning what should be simple choices or fleeting thoughts into an overwhelming flood of indecision and anxiety. Overthinking isn't harmless. It builds walls between us and the peace we so deeply crave. It's that relentless voice that questions everything, pulling us away from the present moment and dragging us into an endless loop of what-ifs. The more you think, the more entangled you become. And yet, we cling to it as if thinking harder will somehow solve our problems, but it never does. This habit doesn't provide clarity, it only increases doubt. The Stoics, wise philosophers of ancient times, understood this deeply. They knew that the mind, left unchecked, could spiral into chaos. Their teachings on overthinking are not just relevant today, they are essential. To the Stoics, overthinking was nothing more than wasted energy. Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, reminded us that much of what we worry about never comes to pass. Our anxieties are often built on illusions rather than reality. The first step in breaking free from this mental trap is recognizing the futility of trying to control the uncontrollable. Overthinking thrives on the illusion that if we analyze every possible outcome, we can somehow guarantee a certain result. But life doesn't work that way. We are only in control of our actions and our reactions. Everything else is outside our grasp. This realization is liberating because it allows us to stop fighting against forces we can never command. The Stoics taught us the art of focusing on what's within our control and letting go of everything else. It sounds simple, but its power is profound. When you stop trying to control outcomes, the mind quiets down. You begin to notice that the present moment is not something to be feared, but something to embrace. This is where life happens, not in the tangled web of hypothetical scenarios, but right here, right now. Eastern philosophies like Buddhism echo this wisdom. They teach that overthinking is born from attachment to outcomes, attachment to expectations, attachment to desires. When we become attached to these things, we suffer. The mind spins endlessly, trying to predict, control, and manipulate the future. But the future, like the past, is beyond our control. What we do have is this very moment. One of the most effective ways to silence the noise in your head is through mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present, not drifting into thoughts about what might happen tomorrow or regrets from yesterday, but paying attention to what is happening right now. It can be as simple as noticing the breath as it enters and leaves your body, or feeling the ground beneath your feet. These small acts of presence anchor you, pulling you out of the whirlwind of overthinking and back into the reality of now. It's in these moments of mindfulness that we realize the weight we've been carrying. The constant churning of thoughts doesn't make us more prepared, it makes us more tired. The mind, like any part of the body, needs rest. When we overthink, we exhaust ourselves mentally, leaving little room for clarity or peace. By practicing mindfulness, we allow our minds to breathe, to rest, to reset. There's a common misconception that thinking more will lead to better solutions, but in reality, overthinking clouds our judgment. When the mind is cluttered, it's hard to see clearly. Eastern wisdom teaches that clarity comes not from thinking harder, but from thinking less. The quieter the mind, the sharper the focus. When we learn to quiet our thoughts, we begin to experience something extraordinary: clarity. Decisions that once felt impossible suddenly seem straightforward. The path forward becomes clear, not because we've overanalyzed every possibility, but because we've stopped letting fear and doubt cloud our vision. The mind, when still, sees with greater clarity than when it is racing. Breaking the cycle of overthinking doesn't happen overnight. It requires patience and practice, but each time you catch yourself falling into the trap, and each time you choose to refocus on the present, you weaken its hold. You begin to retrain your mind to let go of the need for constant analysis and to trust that life unfolds as it should. Another powerful tool in overcoming overthinking is acceptance. The Stoics often spoke of accepting reality as it is, not as we wish it to be. Much of our overthinking comes from resisting what is. We dwell on things we wish had gone differently or worry about things that may never happen. But once you embrace reality, you free yourself from this mental tug-of-war. You stop resisting the flow of life and start moving with it. Acceptance doesn't mean giving up or becoming passive. It means acknowledging what is beyond your control and choosing how to respond. When you accept that uncertainty is a part of life, you stop overthinking every decision, every possibility. You move forward with clarity and purpose, knowing that no matter what happens, you have the inner strength to handle it. One of the most crippling effects of overthinking is self-doubt. We question our abilities, our choices, and our worth. Over time, this doubt erodes our confidence, leaving us stuck in a loop of indecision. But what if you learned to trust yourself? What if you could act without needing to analyze every possible outcome? The Stoics believed that confidence comes from knowing that whatever happens, you have the strength to endure. Self-doubt thrives in the mind of an overthinker. It feeds on every hesitation, every second guess. But as you begin to let go of the need to predict and control, you start to build trust in yourself. You learn to trust your intuition, to trust that you are capable of handling whatever comes your way. The more you practice letting go, the more you realize how much energy you've wasted on thoughts that never served you. Overthinking doesn't prepare you for life. It keeps you stuck in fear. But when you release the need to control everything, you gain something far more valuable: freedom. Freedom from the chains of doubt, fear, and uncertainty. Freedom to live fully in each moment. Eastern philosophies also teach the importance of detachment in overcoming overthinking. Detachment doesn't mean you stop caring, it means you stop clinging. When we are overly attached to specific outcomes, we overthink every step we take. But when we practice detachment, we release the need for things to go a certain way. We learn to trust the process and focus on what we can control, our actions and our attitude. Overthinking often leads to procrastination. We become so wrapped up in analyzing every possible scenario that we end up doing nothing at all. But action is the antidote to overthinking. When you take a step, even a small one, you break the cycle of indecision. You move forward, and with each step, the weight of overthinking begins to lift. There's an old saying that goes, "The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." This is the mindset we must adopt to overcome overthinking. Don't focus on the entire journey, just take the next step. The more you act, the less time you spend in your head, and the more progress you make in life. Fear is often at the root of overthinking. We fear making the wrong choice, fear failure, fear the unknown. But the Stoics remind us that fear is a projection of the mind, not a reflection of reality. They teach us to face our fears head-on, knowing that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to move forward despite it. One of the greatest lessons the Stoics offer is the idea of memento mori, remembering that we are mortal. This isn't meant to be morbid, but empowering. When you realize that life is short, you stop wasting time on unnecessary worries and fears. You start to live more fully, more boldly. Overthinking, with all its wasted time and energy, becomes less appealing when you remember that every moment is precious. The mind is a powerful tool, but like any tool, it must be used wisely. Overthinking is a misuse of the mind's potential. When we learn to quiet our thoughts, focus on what's within our control, and let go of the rest, we unlock the mind's true power: clarity, peace, and purpose. As we close the chapter on overthinking, it becomes clear that mental clarity and peace are only part of the equation. To fully live a balanced life, we must also learn to navigate the physical and emotional aspects of our daily routines. It's not enough to simply stop overthinking. We must also find harmony between the relentless pursuit of our goals and the rest that allows us to recharge. Too often, we find ourselves caught in a cycle of striving, pushing ourselves to the point of burnout. But what if there was another way? A way to achieve more by doing less, by aligning our actions with a natural flow rather than forcing outcomes. In the Taoist philosophy, there's a principle that embodies this idea, Wu Wei, or effortless action. It's the art of doing without doing, of achieving without struggle. This isn't about laziness or inaction, but rather about finding balance, learning to work with life's currents rather than against them. The Taoists teach that we can reach our goals without exhausting ourselves in the process, that we can find success not through relentless pushing, but by understanding when to act and when to rest. Our culture often glorifies hard work and ambition to the point that rest feels like a guilty pleasure, something to be earned only after we've pushed ourselves to the brink. But the truth is, rest is as essential as work. Without it, our productivity suffers, our creativity dries up, and we lose sight of why we're working so hard in the first place. The Taoist way reminds us that balance is key, that ambition and relaxation must exist in harmony for us to thrive. When we are constantly driven by the need to achieve, to always be busy, we miss the quiet moments where real insight and inspiration often arise. The Taoist concept of Wu Wei invites us to slow down and recognize that some of the best work happens when we stop trying so hard. By stepping back, we allow things to unfold naturally, without the strain of forcing an outcome. It's a gentle reminder that life doesn't always require us to be in control. Sometimes the best action is no action at all. This doesn't mean abandoning our ambitions. In fact, it's quite the opposite. By embracing balance, we become more aligned with our goals, working with greater focus and energy when it's time to work and fully resting when it's time to recharge. This balance creates a flow that allows us to move effortlessly between action and rest, ensuring we remain productive without sacrificing our well-being. The practice of Wu Wei teaches us to trust in life's natural rhythm. There's a time for everything, a time to push forward and a time to ease back. When we listen to these rhythms, we find that we can accomplish more without the constant tension of always striving. Our culture pushes us to believe that rest is wasted time, but Taoism shows us that rest is what fuels our best work. It's in the moments of stillness that we regain our energy, find clarity, and become ready to take the next step with purpose. When we operate in a state of constant action, we lose touch with ourselves. The more we push, the more we drain our reserves, until there's nothing left to give. This is where burnout happens, when the balance between work and rest is lost. Taoism teaches that in order to sustain our efforts in the long run, we must be kind to ourselves, allowing for moments of quiet where we can reflect, recharge, and restore our energy. The principle of Wu Wei also encourages us to stop resisting the natural flow of life. Resistance creates friction, and friction leads to exhaustion. When we insist on making things happen through sheer force, we exhaust ourselves both mentally and physically. Taoism offers a different approach, one of surrender. Not surrender in the sense of giving up, but in the sense of releasing control and trusting that things will unfold as they are meant to. By flowing with life rather than against it, we conserve our energy and use it more effectively. In a world that constantly urges us to do more, be more, achieve more, it can feel counterintuitive to step back. But by doing so, we create space for creativity and insight to emerge naturally. Wu Wei reminds us that not everything needs to be done with force. Sometimes the best solutions come when we're not actively searching for them. This balance between effort and ease is the key to maintaining both productivity and peace. When we allow ourselves to rest, we open up new possibilities for growth. It's during rest that the body heals, the mind clears, and the heart finds peace. The Taoists understood that rest isn't just physical, it's a state of allowing yourself to be present in the moment without the need to rush to the next task. In this state, you become more attuned to your own needs and the natural rhythm of life around you. The balance between work and rest is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Each of us must find our own rhythm, recognizing when it's time to act and when it's time to let go. For some, this might mean taking short, regular breaks throughout the day. For others, it might mean carving out longer periods of rest to recharge fully. The key is listening to your body and your mind, recognizing the signs of burnout before they take hold. Another important aspect of Wu Wei is the idea of detachment from outcomes. We often work ourselves into exhaustion because we're so focused on achieving a specific result. But Taoism teaches us to focus on the process rather than the outcome. When we become overly attached to results, we create tension and stress, which only makes it harder to reach our goals. By detaching from the outcome and focusing on the present moment, we free ourselves from the pressure of perfection and allow ourselves to enjoy the journey. This approach doesn't mean we abandon our goals. It means we approach them with a sense of ease and trust, knowing that our efforts will lead us to where we need to be. The path may not always be clear, and the outcome may not always be what we expect. But by trusting the process, we move forward without the weight of unnecessary stress. Finding balance between work and rest requires a shift in mindset. It requires us to let go of the belief that we must always be doing something to be productive. Taoism teaches us that true productivity comes from working with the flow of life, not against it. When we're aligned with this flow, we find that things come more easily, that we can accomplish more with less effort. One of the most beautiful aspects of Wu Wei is the way it teaches us to appreciate the present moment. When we're constantly rushing from one task to the next, we miss out on the simple joys of life. But when we allow ourselves to slow down, we become more aware of the beauty around us, the warmth of the sun on our skin, the sound of birds in the trees, the feeling of peace that comes from simply being. This awareness enriches our lives in ways that constant busyness never can. By embracing Wu Wei, we learn to trust ourselves more deeply. We learn that we don't need to micromanage every aspect of our lives, that sometimes the best course of action is to step back and let things unfold. This trust in ourselves and in life creates a sense of inner peace that sustains us through both work and rest. In a society that values productivity above all else, it's easy to forget the importance of rest. But rest is not a luxury. It's a necessity. Without it, we cannot function at our best. Wu Wei reminds us that rest is an essential part of the cycle of life. Just as nature has its seasons of growth and rest, so too must we honor our need for both work and relaxation. Learning to find balance between work and rest doesn't mean we become less ambitious. On the contrary, it means we become more effective in our pursuits. When we're well rested and aligned with the natural flow of life, we're able to bring our best selves to everything we do. We become more focused, more creative, and more resilient in the face of challenges. Taoism teaches that life is not a race to be won, but a journey to be experienced. When we let go of the need to rush through it, we find that the journey itself is filled with moments of joy, discovery, and peace. By balancing work and rest, we create space for these moments to unfold naturally, without the pressure of constant achievement. In embracing Wu Wei, we also learn the importance of patience. Not everything needs to be done immediately. Sometimes the best course of action is to wait, to allow things to develop in their own time. This patience allows us to act with greater clarity and purpose, rather than rushing into decisions out of fear or impatience. Finding balance between work and rest is not always easy. It requires us to unlearn the habits of constant striving and to cultivate a sense of trust in the natural flow of life. But when we do, we find that life becomes more harmonious, more fulfilling, and more peaceful. We are able to work with greater focus and energy, and rest with a sense of deep relaxation and contentment. The Taoists knew that life is not about doing more, but about doing what matters with intention and ease. By finding balance between work and rest, we align ourselves with this wisdom, creating a life that is not only productive, but also rich with meaning and joy. As we embrace the balance between work and rest, there's another key element that ensures our well-being remains intact: boundaries. Without boundaries, the harmony we seek between action and rest can quickly unravel. Boundaries are the invisible lines we draw to protect our energy, our peace, and our happiness. They are not about keeping people out, but about honoring ourselves and creating a life where we can thrive without constantly being drained by the demands of others or the pressures we place on ourselves. Boundaries are essential to maintaining the balance we've begun to cultivate. While balance helps us manage how we use our time, boundaries help us protect our emotional and mental resources. In a world that often pulls us in every direction, boundaries act as a shield, ensuring that we don't give away too much of ourselves. Without them, we risk becoming overwhelmed, burnt out, and disconnected from our own needs. Setting boundaries can feel uncomfortable at first. We're often conditioned to believe that saying no is selfish, or that prioritizing ourselves means we're neglecting others. But the truth is, when we don't set boundaries, we lose sight of our own value. We end up giving more than we have to offer, leaving us exhausted and unable to show up fully in any area of our lives. Boundaries are not about creating walls. They are about creating space for us to protect what matters most: our energy, our time, and our well-being. In relationships, boundaries play a crucial role in ensuring mutual respect and understanding. Without them, we can easily find ourselves overwhelmed by the expectations or needs of others. It's not uncommon to feel obligated to say yes to everything, whether it's a friend asking for a favor or a colleague pushing extra work onto your plate. But constantly saying yes when you mean no is a recipe for resentment and burnout. Setting boundaries allows us to engage with others from a place of authenticity, ensuring that our relationships are built on mutual respect rather than obligation. At work, boundaries are equally important. In a culture that glorifies busyness, it's easy to feel pressured to take on more than we can handle. We stay late, respond to emails during dinner, and sacrifice our personal time in the name of productivity. But work without boundaries leads to exhaustion. It blurs the line between personal and professional life, leaving little room for rest or recovery. By setting clear boundaries at work, whether that means shutting off your phone after hours or delegating tasks that aren't yours to handle, you create space to recharge and come back to work with renewed energy and focus. Self-care is another area where boundaries are essential. Too often, we push self-care to the bottom of our to-do list, feeling guilty for taking time for ourselves. But without boundaries, we risk neglecting our own needs. Self-care isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Setting boundaries around self-care means carving out time to rest, reflect, and rejuvenate without feeling the need to justify it to others. It's about recognizing that you are worthy of the same care and attention you give to everyone else. One of the most powerful aspects of setting boundaries is how it strengthens our sense of self. When we set clear boundaries, we reaffirm our worth. We let go of the need to please everyone or meet every demand placed on us. Instead, we prioritize what truly matters: our peace of mind, our happiness, and our health. Boundaries remind us that we don't have to give all of ourselves away to be loved, respected, or valued. We can protect our energy while still showing up fully in our lives. There's a deep sense of empowerment that comes from setting boundaries. It's the realization that you are in control of how your energy is spent. No one else has the right to dictate how you use your time, your attention, or your emotional resources. Boundaries allow you to reclaim your power, ensuring that you are living life on your own terms rather than being pulled in a million different directions by external pressures. But boundaries are not just about saying no. They're also about saying yes to what aligns with your values and needs. Setting boundaries creates space for the things that truly nourish you. It allows you to make room for what matters, whether that's time with loved ones, creative pursuits, or simply moments of quiet reflection. When you set boundaries, you choose where your energy goes, ensuring that it's invested in things that bring you joy and fulfillment. One of the common fears around setting boundaries is the worry that others will be offended or upset. But the truth is, setting boundaries often strengthens relationships rather than weakens them. When you set clear expectations, it removes confusion and ensures that both parties understand where they stand. Healthy boundaries create healthy relationships. They allow you to show up authentically without feeling drained or resentful, and they invite others to do the same. Boundaries also help protect your emotional well-being. In a world where emotional energy can be easily depleted by the demands of others, setting boundaries ensures that you don't take on more than you can handle. It's about recognizing when you need to step back, when you need to rest, and when you need to protect your emotional space. Boundaries act as a buffer, helping you maintain your mental and emotional health even in the midst of stress or conflict. Setting boundaries isn't just about protecting yourself, it's also an act of self-love. It's about recognizing that you deserve to be treated with respect by yourself and others. When you set boundaries, you are saying, "I value myself enough to protect my peace." This act of self-love creates a ripple effect, improving not just your own well-being, but also the quality of your interactions with others. Boundaries also play a crucial role in preventing burnout. Without boundaries, we are constantly giving, constantly doing, without ever taking time to replenish our energy. Burnout doesn't just happen overnight. It's the result of weeks, months, or even years of neglecting our own needs. By setting boundaries, we create space for rest and recovery, ensuring that we don't reach a point of exhaustion before taking action to care for ourselves. It's important to remember that boundaries are not fixed. They can evolve as your needs and circumstances change. What worked for you a year ago may no longer serve you now. Setting boundaries is an ongoing process of self-awareness and self-reflection. It requires you to regularly check in with yourself, to assess whether your current boundaries are still serving you or if they need to be adjusted. Flexibility is key when it comes to maintaining boundaries that support your well-being. There's also a misconception that boundaries are rigid or inflexible, but healthy boundaries are anything but. They are dynamic, adaptable to different situations and relationships. Setting boundaries doesn't mean shutting people out or being unwilling to compromise. It means knowing your limits and communicating them clearly. Boundaries are about creating space for healthy interactions, not building walls between yourself and others. Boundaries also allow you to stay focused on your priorities. When you're clear about what you will and won't accept, you free up mental space to focus on what truly matters. Without boundaries, your energy is scattered, constantly being pulled in different directions by the needs and demands of others. But with boundaries in place, you can direct your energy toward your goals, your passions, and your well-being. Another key aspect of setting boundaries is learning to communicate them effectively. It's not enough to set boundaries in your own mind. You must also communicate them to others. This can be challenging, especially if you're not used to asserting yourself. But clear communication is essential for ensuring that your boundaries are respected. Whether it's in relationships, at work, or in your personal life, expressing your boundaries with clarity and confidence is crucial for maintaining them. It's also important to recognize that boundaries are not just about protecting yourself from others. They're also about protecting yourself from your own habits and tendencies. Sometimes, the biggest challenge in setting boundaries is learning to say no to yourself. Whether it's resisting the urge to overwork, overcommit, or neglect your own needs, setting boundaries with yourself is a powerful act of self-discipline and self-respect. Boundaries also help you manage your energy more effectively. When you know your limits and respect them, you are able to allocate your energy in a way that supports your well-being. You become more mindful of how you spend your time and attention, ensuring that you are not constantly drained by external demands or internal pressures. Boundaries allow you to conserve your energy for what truly matters, rather than wasting it on things that don't align with your values or priorities. One of the most powerful outcomes of setting boundaries is the sense of freedom it brings. When you no longer feel obligated to say yes to everything or to meet every demand placed on you, you reclaim your freedom to choose. Boundaries give you the freedom to decide how you want to live, how you want to spend your time, and how you want to interact with the world. This freedom is essential for creating a life that feels authentic and fulfilling. It's also important to remember that boundaries are not about perfection. You won't always get it right, and that's okay. Setting boundaries is a practice, and like any practice, it takes time to develop. You may find yourself slipping back into old habits or struggling to assert your boundaries in certain situations. But with each attempt, you become stronger and more confident in protecting your energy and peace. One of the biggest challenges in setting boundaries is dealing with the guilt that often accompanies it. We're taught to be helpful, to be accommodating, and to put others' needs before our own. But setting boundaries requires us to let go of this guilt and recognize that taking care of ourselves is not selfish. It's necessary. You cannot pour from an empty cup, and by setting boundaries, you ensure that you have the energy and resources to show up fully for yourself and others. Boundaries also teach us about the importance of self-trust. When we set boundaries, we are trusting ourselves to know what we need, to know our limits, and to protect our well-being. This self-trust is crucial for maintaining healthy boundaries over the long term. It allows us to stand firm in our decisions, even when others may not understand or agree with them. Setting boundaries also helps us cultivate a greater sense of presence. When we are constantly overwhelmed by external demands or internal pressures, it's difficult to be fully present in the moment. But when we set boundaries, we create space for ourselves to be fully engaged in whatever we are doing, whether it's spending time with loved ones, working on a project, or simply enjoying a moment of peace. In the end, boundaries are about creating a life that feels aligned with your values, your needs, and your sense of purpose. They allow you to protect your energy, focus on what matters most, and cultivate a sense of balance and peace in your daily life. Boundaries are not just a tool for self-protection. They are a path to greater freedom, fulfillment, and happiness. As we reflect on the power of setting boundaries, protecting our energy from external demands, and standing firm in our own self-worth, there's another silent threat to our peace that often goes unnoticed: comparison. No matter how strong our boundaries may be, they can still crumble when we let ourselves be consumed by the habit of measuring our lives against others. This habit of comparing creates a deep sense of dissatisfaction, robbing us of the joy that is available to us right now. The moment we start looking at what others have, what they've achieved, or how their lives seem to be unfolding, we open the door to feelings of inadequacy, envy, and self-doubt. Constant comparison is a thief, quietly slipping into our thoughts and turning what should be a celebration of our own growth into a spiral of self-criticism. It doesn't matter how much progress you've made, how far you've come, or how aligned you are with your own goals. When comparison creeps in, none of that feels good enough. It's like looking through a distorted mirror that magnifies what you lack and shrinks everything you've accomplished. This is the trap that so many of us fall into, and it's one that steals more than just joy. It takes away our confidence, our contentment, and even our motivation to move forward on our own path. One of the most painful aspects of comparison is that it often happens without us even realizing it. We scroll through social media, see glimpses of others' lives, and start to feel like we're not doing enough or that we're falling behind. But the truth is, we're only seeing a curated version of their reality, not the full picture. We compare our behind-the-scenes struggles to someone else's highlight reel, and that's where the suffering begins. We start to believe that we're the only ones struggling, that everyone else has it all figured out while we're still trying to piece things together. But this comparison is based on a lie that tells us that there's one path to success, one version of happiness, one timeline for achievement. In reality, everyone's journey is unique, and no two paths look the same. What brings joy, fulfillment, and meaning to one person may not do the same for another. When we compare ourselves to others, we lose sight of the fact that our own path is just as valid, just as worthy of celebration, even if it looks completely different from what we see around us. Breaking free from the cycle of comparison requires a shift in perspective. Instead of focusing on what others are doing, achieving, or becoming, we need to turn our attention inward. The question is not, how do I measure up to others? But rather, am I living in alignment with my own values, my own desires, and my own goals? This shift from external validation to internal fulfillment is where true contentment begins. When we stop measuring ourselves against the standards of others, we free ourselves from the constant pressure to perform, to compete, and to prove our worth. Comparison also breeds a sense of scarcity, convincing us that there's not enough success, happiness, or fulfillment to go around. We see someone else achieving something, and instead of celebrating their success, we feel like it's a reflection of our own lack. But the truth is, life is not a competition. Someone else's success doesn't take anything away from you. There is enough room for everyone to thrive in their own way, at their own pace. Letting go of this scarcity mindset is crucial for breaking free from the toxic cycle of comparison. Embracing the uniqueness of your own journey means recognizing that there is no one-size-fits-all version of success. What works for someone else may not work for you, and that's okay. The beauty of life is in its diversity. Each person's path is shaped by their own experiences, challenges, and choices. When we learn to celebrate this diversity, both in ourselves and in others, we can appreciate the richness of our own journey without feeling the need to compare it to anyone else's. One of the keys to breaking free from comparison is gratitude. When we focus on what we already have, rather than what we lack, we begin to shift our mindset from one of deficiency to one of abundance. Gratitude helps us see the blessings in our own lives, the progress we've made, and the opportunities that are available to us right now. It grounds us in the present moment, reminding us that our worth is not determined by how we compare to others, but by the fullness of our own experience. Another important aspect of letting go of comparison is recognizing that everyone is on their own timeline. Just because someone else seems to be moving faster or achieving more doesn't mean that you're behind. Life unfolds at its own pace, and rushing through it in an attempt to keep up with others only leads to burnout and frustration. Trusting your own timeline and honoring the pace that feels right for you is an essential part of finding peace within yourself. It's also important to remember that comparison often leads to a false sense of competition. When we compare ourselves to others, we start to believe that we need to compete with them, that their success somehow diminishes our own potential. But this mindset only creates unnecessary tension and stress. The truth is, there is no competition. Each of us is on a unique journey, and there is no need to compete with anyone but ourselves. Letting go of comparison also requires us to cultivate self-compassion. We are often our own harshest critics, constantly measuring ourselves against others and finding ourselves lacking. But when we practice self-compassion, we learn to treat ourselves with the same kindness and understanding that we would offer a friend. We acknowledge that we are doing the best we can, and that our worth is not determined by how we compare to others. Another powerful tool for breaking free from comparison is mindfulness. When we practice mindfulness, we become more aware of our thoughts and the ways in which comparison sneaks into our minds. By bringing our attention to the present moment, we can catch ourselves in the act of comparing and gently redirect our focus back to our own journey. Mindfulness helps us break the habit of comparison by teaching us to be present with ourselves without judgment or self-criticism. It's also helpful to recognize that comparison often comes from a place of insecurity. When we feel unsure of ourselves or uncertain about our own worth, we look to others for validation. But this external validation is fleeting, and it never truly satisfies. The only way to build lasting confidence and contentment is to cultivate a sense of worthiness from within. When we learn to trust ourselves, to believe in our own value, we no longer feel the need to compare ourselves to others. Breaking free from comparison also involves setting boundaries with social media and other sources of external influence. While social media can be a powerful tool for connection and inspiration, it can also be a breeding ground for comparison. By curating your online environment and being mindful of the content you consume, you can protect your mental and emotional well-being from the constant bombardment of images and messages that fuel comparison. It's important to remember that no one's life is perfect, no matter how it may appear on the surface. Everyone faces challenges, struggles, and setbacks, even if they don't share them publicly. When we compare ourselves to others, we are often comparing our struggles to their successes without seeing the full picture. Recognizing that everyone has their own battles helps us let go of the need to compare and instead focus on our own growth. Embracing your own journey also means celebrating your successes, no matter how small they may seem. When we're constantly comparing ourselves to others, we tend to overlook our own achievements, believing that they don't measure up. But every step forward, no matter how small, is worth celebrating. By acknowledging your progress, you build a sense of accomplishment and pride in your own path. Another way to break free from comparison is to focus on your own growth, rather than the achievements of others. When you shift your attention from external validation to personal development, you begin to see your journey as a process of continuous improvement, rather than a race to keep up with others. This mindset allows you to find joy in the progress you're making, without feeling the need to compare yourself to anyone else. It's also helpful to surround yourself with people who support and uplift you, rather than those who fuel feelings of comparison. Building a community of like-minded individuals who celebrate your successes and encourage your growth can help you stay focused on your own journey, rather than getting caught up in the comparison trap. Letting go of comparison also involves redefining success on your own terms. Society often imposes narrow definitions of success based on wealth, status, or external achievements. But true success is personal and subjective. It's about living in alignment with your values, pursuing your passions, and finding fulfillment in the present moment. When you define success for yourself, you free yourself from the pressure to measure up to others' standards. It's important to remember that your worth is not determined by your achievements or how you compare to others. You are worthy simply because you exist, and no amount of external validation or comparison can change that. When you internalize this truth, you begin to see that there is no need to compare yourself to others, because your worth is already inherent and unshakable. Breaking free from comparison also requires us to practice gratitude for our unique journey. Each of us has our own path, shaped by our experiences, challenges, and choices. By cultivating gratitude for your own journey, you begin to appreciate the richness of your life, rather than focusing on what others have. Comparison often leads to feelings of jealousy and resentment, which only serve to create more suffering. But when we let go of comparison and embrace our own journey, we can find joy in the successes of others, knowing that their achievements do not diminish our own potential. Ultimately, breaking free from comparison is about reclaiming your power. When you stop comparing yourself to others, you take back control of your own happiness and fulfillment. You no longer allow external influences to dictate how you feel about yourself, and you begin to live in alignment with your own values and desires. As we step away from the constant habit of comparison, it becomes easier to embrace the richness of our own journey. But there's another modern struggle that quietly chips away at our sense of contentment: the fear of missing out, or FOMO. Even when we free ourselves from the pressure of comparing our lives to others, there's often a lingering sense that we're not doing enough, seeing enough, or experiencing enough. This subtle anxiety keeps us from fully appreciating the present, leaving us feeling like there's always something more we should be chasing. FOMO has a way of creeping in, whispering that if we don't take every opportunity, attend every event, or say yes to every possibility, we're somehow falling behind. It convinces us that life is happening somewhere else, that there's always something better we could be doing, somewhere more exciting we could be, or someone we could be connecting with. This constant chase for the next thing robs us of the joy and peace that come from simply being where we are, fully engaged in the moment in front of us. Both Stoic and Buddhist philosophies offer profound wisdom for overcoming this sense of lack and helping us find contentment in the here and now. The Stoics believed that much of our suffering comes from our attachment to things outside of our control. FOMO is no different. When we're constantly looking outward, grasping for experiences or opportunities that we think will bring us happiness, we forget that the only thing we truly have control over is how we choose to engage with the present. This desire to experience everything often leads to restlessness, making it impossible to feel satisfied with where we are. Buddhist teachings similarly remind us that attachment is the root of suffering. FOMO is, at its core, an attachment to the idea that we must experience everything in order to be fulfilled. But when we chase after every opportunity or feel anxious about missing out, we miss the beauty of the present moment. We're so focused on what we might be missing that we overlook what's right in front of us. This is where mindfulness becomes a powerful tool. By training our minds to be fully present, we can break free from the fear of missing out and find contentment in the here and now. Being truly present means letting go of the constant mental chatter that tells us we should be somewhere else, doing something different. It means embracing the moment we're in, no matter how simple or ordinary it might seem. FOMO thrives on the belief that something better is always just out of reach, but when we're present, we realize that the present moment is enough. We no longer feel the need to chase after every opportunity because we're deeply connected to the experience we're having right now. One of the challenges of overcoming FOMO is that we live in a world that constantly bombards us with options and possibilities. Social media, in particular, fuels this fear by showing us a curated version of other people's lives, highlighting all the experiences we're supposedly missing out on. But the truth is, no one can do everything or be everywhere. Life is about choices, and by choosing to be fully present in the moment we're in, we stop being paralyzed by the illusion that we need to be doing more. The Stoics teach us that contentment comes from within, not from external experiences or accomplishments. When we internalize this lesson, we stop seeking fulfillment in every new event or opportunity that comes our way. Instead, we learn to appreciate what we already have. The fear of missing out is a distraction, pulling our attention away from the richness of our current experience and leaving us constantly hungry for more. But by shifting our focus inward and grounding ourselves in the present, we can find a sense of peace that no external event or opportunity can provide. Another important aspect of overcoming FOMO is recognizing that life is not about accumulation. We often treat experiences like trophies, collecting them in an effort to feel more accomplished or fulfilled. But life isn't a race to collect the most experiences. True fulfillment comes from depth, not breadth. It's about fully engaging with the experiences we do have, rather than constantly seeking out new ones. When we stop trying to do everything, we create space for the experiences that truly matter to sink in and leave a lasting impact. Both Stoic and Buddhist teachings emphasize the importance of accepting what is, rather than constantly striving for what could be. FOMO keeps us in a state of perpetual striving, always searching for the next thing that will bring us happiness. But happiness isn't something we find by chasing after it. It's something we cultivate by being present and content with what we already have. The moment we stop looking for fulfillment outside of ourselves is the moment we begin to experience true peace. Mindfulness plays a crucial role in helping us break free from FOMO. When we practice mindfulness, we train our minds to focus on the present moment without judgment. This allows us to fully experience whatever we're doing without being distracted by thoughts of what we could or should be doing instead. It helps us quiet the mental noise that tells us we're missing out, and instead brings our attention to the richness of the here and now. There's a certain freedom that comes from letting go of the fear of missing out. When we're no longer chasing after every opportunity or trying to experience everything, we open ourselves up to the present in a way that's both liberating and grounding. We no longer feel the need to keep up with others or constantly seek out new experiences to feel validated. Instead, we find a deep sense of contentment in simply being. Overcoming FOMO also requires a shift in our values. We must learn to value quality over quantity, depth over variety. It's easy to get caught up in the idea that we need to do more, see more, and achieve more in order to be fulfilled. But when we focus on the depth of our experiences rather than the number of experiences we have, we begin to find true meaning. Whether it's a meaningful conversation with a friend or a quiet moment of reflection, these experiences have the power to nourish us in ways that constant activity cannot. One of the reasons FOMO is so pervasive is that it feeds on our fear of regret. We worry that if we don't say yes to every opportunity, we'll regret it later. But this fear of regret often leads us to overcommit and spread ourselves too thin. By learning to trust that the present moment is exactly where we're meant to be, we can release the fear of missing out and embrace the choices we make without second-guessing them. Both Stoicism and Buddhism teach the importance of letting go of attachment to outcomes. FOMO is rooted in the desire to control outcomes, to ensure that we're always making the right choice, attending the right event, or seizing the best opportunity. But the truth is, we can't control everything. Life is unpredictable, and trying to chase every opportunity only leads to stress and exhaustion. By letting go of the need to control outcomes, we free ourselves to fully engage with whatever is happening in the present. When we stop chasing after every experience, we also begin to cultivate a sense of trust in the flow of life. We trust that we don't need to do everything or be everywhere in order to live a meaningful life. We trust that the experiences we do have are enough, and that we are enough. This trust allows us to release the anxiety that comes with FOMO and to fully immerse ourselves in the present without worrying about what we might be missing. Another powerful lesson from Stoic and Buddhist teachings is that fulfillment doesn't come from external experiences. It comes from within. No matter how many events we attend or opportunities we seize, true peace and happiness come from our internal state of being. When we cultivate inner peace through mindfulness and presence, we no longer feel the need to constantly seek out new experiences to fill a void. We realize that everything we need is already within us. FOMO often leads us to overcommit, saying yes to things out of fear of missing out, rather than because they align with our values or desires. But when we learn to say no to the things that don't serve us, we create space for the things that truly matter. We stop filling our lives with distractions and begin to focus on what brings us joy, meaning, and fulfillment. One of the most profound aspects of overcoming FOMO is that it allows us to slow down. When we're no longer rushing from one experience to the next, we have the time and space to savor life's simple pleasures. Whether it's a quiet morning with a cup of coffee or a deep conversation with a loved one, these moments become rich with meaning when we're fully present for them. Slowing down allows us to reconnect with ourselves and the world around us in a way that constant busyness cannot. It's important to remember that we can't be everywhere or do everything, and that's okay. Life is not about quantity, it's about quality. The more we focus on being present in each moment, the more fulfilling our lives become. When we let go of the need to chase after every opportunity, we open ourselves up to the possibility of truly experiencing the depth and beauty of the present. Letting go of FOMO doesn't mean we stop pursuing new experiences altogether. It means we approach them from a place of mindfulness and intention. We no longer say yes out of fear, but because the experience aligns with our values and brings us joy. This shift allows us to move through life with a sense of purpose and clarity, rather than being driven by anxiety and the fear of missing out. When we fully engage with the present, we begin to realize that life is happening right here, right now. We stop looking for fulfillment outside of ourselves and start finding joy in the simple act of being. Whether it's enjoying a quiet moment alone or sharing laughter with friends, these experiences become more meaningful when we're fully present for them. Overcoming FOMO allows us to experience the richness of life in a way that constant striving never can. In the end, overcoming FOMO is about embracing the present and letting go of the need to do it all. It's about trusting that we are exactly where we're meant to be and that the experiences we're having are enough. When we let go of the fear of missing out, we free ourselves to fully engage with life, finding joy, peace, and contentment in the present moment. As we step away from the constant need to chase after every experience and learn to be truly present in the here and now, a new realization unfolds. Life's true richness is often found not in grand moments or extraordinary events, but in the quiet simplicity of our daily lives. The Zen philosophy offers a profound lesson in this. While we may be conditioned to think that purpose is found in big achievements or remarkable occasions, Zen teaches that there is deep meaning to be discovered in even the most mundane tasks, if only we bring our full awareness to them. It is in these small, everyday moments that we can find peace, fulfillment, and a connection to something greater. In the rush to achieve more, experience more, and constantly seek the next big thing, we overlook the beauty of the ordinary. Washing the dishes, folding laundry, walking to work. These tasks, though simple, are opportunities to engage with life in a mindful and meaningful way. When we approach them with presence and attention, they become more than just chores. They become moments where we can find a deeper connection to the flow of life. This is the essence of the Zen approach to daily living, finding purpose and fulfillment in the small acts that make up our days. Zen philosophy encourages you to see that each task, no matter how simple, has the potential to bring us into a state of peace. The key is mindfulness, being fully present in whatever we are doing, without distraction or judgment. When we engage with life in this way, we begin to see that every action has its own value, no matter how mundane it may seem. It is not about rushing through the task to get to the next thing, but about fully experiencing the task itself, allowing it to center and ground us. One of the greatest misconceptions about purpose is that it is something to be found in grand achievements or life-changing moments. But Zen teaches us that purpose is not something that exists outside of ourselves, waiting to be discovered. It is something we cultivate through how we live each moment. Even the act of sweeping the floor or making the bed can be infused with purpose when done with mindful attention. It is not the task itself that matters, but the way we approach it. There is a deep sense of peace that comes from letting go of the need to constantly seek out excitement or fulfillment in external things. Instead, Zen invites us to turn our attention inward, to find fulfillment in the simplicity of being. This shift in perspective allows us to see that the beauty and purpose we seek are already present in our daily lives, waiting for us to notice them. By bringing mindfulness to the present moment, we transform ordinary tasks into opportunities for stillness and reflection. Zen practice teaches us that the present moment is all we have. When we are fully engaged in the present, we stop longing for something more, because we realize that the moment we are in is enough. Whether we are washing dishes or sitting in traffic, we can find peace by simply being present. The mundane becomes a doorway to mindfulness, and mindfulness becomes a path to contentment. When we let go of the need for constant stimulation, we begin to appreciate the quiet rhythm of daily life. One of the ways Zen helps us find purpose in the mundane is by encouraging us to let go of the need for perfection. In our modern world, we are often driven by the desire to do things perfectly, to achieve a certain standard of success, even in the smallest of tasks. But Zen teaches that it is not about doing things perfectly, it is about doing them with presence. Whether we make mistakes or things don't go as planned, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we show up fully, bringing our attention and care to whatever we are doing. When we stop rushing through our days, we begin to notice the small details that bring life into focus. The warmth of sunlight streaming through a window, the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, the feel of water as it flows over our hands while washing dishes. These are the moments that connect us to the present. Zen invites us to experience these details with gratitude, to slow down enough to truly see and appreciate the world around us. In doing so, we realize that life is not happening somewhere else. It is happening here, in these simple, quiet moments. Finding purpose in the mundane also requires a shift in how we view productivity. We are often conditioned to believe that productivity means getting as much done as possible, as quickly as possible. But Zen offers a different perspective. True productivity is not about how much we accomplish. It is about how present we are in each moment. When we focus on being fully engaged in whatever task we are doing, we naturally become more efficient and effective because our attention is not divided. We are fully immersed in the task at hand. There is also a sense of liberation that comes from embracing the mundane. When we let go of the pressure to constantly do more, be more, or achieve more, we free ourselves from the burden of always striving. Zen teaches us that there is no need to chase after some idealized version of life. The life we are living right now, with all its simplicity and imperfections, is enough. This acceptance allows us to experience a sense of contentment that is not dependent on external achievements or circumstances. Another key aspect of the Zen approach to daily life is the idea of beginner's mind. This concept encourages us to approach each task, no matter how familiar, with the openness and curiosity of someone encountering it for the first time. When we adopt a beginner's mind, we let go of the assumption that we already know everything about a task, and we become open to seeing it in a new way. This allows us to find fresh meaning in even the most repetitive or mundane activities. By bringing mindfulness to our daily tasks, we also cultivate a deeper connection to ourselves. When we are fully present in the moment, we become more aware of our own thoughts, feelings, and physical sensations. This self-awareness helps us develop a greater sense of inner peace because we are no longer running on autopilot. We are actively engaging with our own experience, noticing how we feel, and responding with care and compassion. Zen also teaches us that there is no separation between our inner and outer lives. The way we approach our daily tasks reflects the way we approach life as a whole. When we bring mindfulness and presence to even the smallest actions, we begin to cultivate a sense of peace and clarity that permeates every aspect of our lives. The simple act of folding laundry can become a meditation, a way to quiet the mind and connect with the present moment. In this way, the mundane tasks of daily life become opportunities for personal growth and spiritual practice. Zen reminds us that enlightenment is not found in some distant mystical experience. It is found in the everyday moments of our lives. When we approach life with mindfulness, we begin to see that every action, no matter how small, is an opportunity to practice presence and cultivate peace. One of the most profound lessons from Zen is that life itself is a process, not a destination. We are not working towards some final goal where everything will be perfect. Instead, we are continually unfolding, growing, and evolving. The mundane tasks of daily life are part of this process. They are not obstacles to be overcome or distractions from our true purpose. They are our purpose. Each task is an opportunity to engage with life fully, to be present with what is happening right now. Zen also encourages us to embrace the impermanence of life. Everything is constantly changing, and nothing stays the same for long. This includes the tasks we do every day. When we approach each moment with the awareness that it is fleeting, we begin to appreciate it more deeply. We realize that even the most mundane activities are part of the ebb and flow of life, and that each moment is unique, never to be repeated. When we find purpose in the mundane, we also begin to cultivate a sense of gratitude for the simple things in life. We stop taking the small moments for granted and start seeing them as gifts. Whether it's the smell of fresh coffee in the morning or the feel of warm clothes straight from the dryer, these small pleasures bring richness to our daily lives. Zen teaches us to appreciate these moments fully without longing for something more or different. Another important aspect of the Zen approach to daily life is the practice of letting go. We often carry with us the weight of expectations, judgments, and the desire for things to be a certain way. But Zen encourages us to let go of these attachments and accept life as it is, in all its simplicity. When we let go of the need for things to be perfect or exciting, we create space for peace to enter. We stop fighting against life and start flowing with it. In this way, Zen teaches us that the mundane is not something to be escaped or avoided. It is something to be embraced. The ordinary moments of life are just as sacred as the extraordinary ones. When we bring mindfulness to these moments, we transform them into opportunities for connection, reflection, and growth. We stop waiting for life to begin and realize that life is already happening right here in this very moment. By finding purpose in the mundane, we also begin to cultivate a sense of humility. Zen teaches us that we are not separate from the world around us, we are part of it. The tasks we do each day, no matter how small, are part of the larger web of life. Whether we are cleaning our home, preparing a meal, or tending to a garden, these actions connect us to something greater than ourselves. They remind us that we are not alone, but part of a larger whole. Zen also reminds us that simplicity is not something to be avoided, it is something to be cherished. In a world that often values complexity and busyness, Zen teaches us that there is beauty in simplicity. The simple act of being present with ourselves and our surroundings is enough. We don't need to fill our lives with constant activity or stimulation in order to find meaning. The meaning is already there, waiting for us to notice it. In the end, the Zen approach to daily life is about cultivating a sense of presence and peace in every moment. It is about finding purpose not in some distant goal or achievement, but in the simple, everyday tasks that make up our lives. By bringing mindfulness to these tasks, we transform them from mundane chores into opportunities for connection, reflection, and growth. We stop searching for meaning outside of ourselves and realize that it is already present, here and now. As we've explored the peace and purpose found in everyday moments through mindfulness, there's another layer to living fully in the present: the ability to forgive ourselves. Too often, we carry the weight of past mistakes and regrets, allowing them to shape our lives in ways that hold us back. The act of self-forgiveness is not just an exercise in letting go of the past. It is a vital step toward growth, clarity, and inner peace. Both Stoic and Buddhist philosophies teach the importance of compassion toward ourselves, recognizing that true progress can only come when we release the burden of guilt and self-blame. Carrying the weight of past mistakes keeps us trapped in a cycle of self-criticism and shame. We replay old decisions, wondering how things could have been different, how we might have avoided certain outcomes. This constant rumination drains our energy, preventing us from moving forward. Forgiving yourself is not about denying what happened or pretending mistakes weren't made. Instead, it is about acknowledging them, accepting that you did the best you could with the knowledge and resources you had at the time, and choosing to release the hold they have on you. When we fail to forgive ourselves, we live with a sense of unworthiness, always feeling like we need to prove something, to make up for our past. But this mindset is a barrier to growth. Both Stoicism and Buddhism teach us that we cannot change the past, but we have complete control over how we respond to it. By forgiving ourselves, we reclaim the power to shape our future. We stop letting our past define us and instead focus on how we can learn and grow from it. Self-forgiveness is a courageous act of self-compassion. It requires us to look at ourselves with kindness rather than judgment, to understand that making mistakes is part of being human. The Stoics often spoke of the importance of accepting what is, rather than dwelling on what could have been. This acceptance applies not only to external events, but also to our own actions. By accepting that we are imperfect and fallible, we open the door to true growth. Buddhist compassion practices emphasize the importance of loving kindness toward oneself. Just as we extend compassion to others when they struggle, we must also extend it to ourselves. This means recognizing that we are not alone in our mistakes. Everyone makes them. When we practice self-compassion, we stop isolating ourselves with shame and begin to see our shared humanity. This shift in perspective allows us to approach our past with gentleness and understanding rather than harsh judgment. Forgiving yourself doesn't mean you ignore the lessons that come from your mistakes. It means learning from them without being weighed down by guilt. The Stoics taught that all experiences, even painful ones, are opportunities for growth and wisdom. When we forgive ourselves, we allow those lessons to guide us without letting them become chains that hold us back. Every mistake is a teacher, and by accepting that, we transform regret into a stepping stone toward a better version of ourselves. One of the most difficult aspects of self-forgiveness is letting go of perfectionism. We often hold ourselves to impossibly high standards, believing that anything less than perfect is a failure. But perfection is an illusion. Both Stoicism and Buddhism remind us that life is unpredictable and we are bound to make mistakes along the way. Forgiving ourselves means embracing our imperfections, understanding that they are part of what makes us human, and releasing the unrealistic expectations we place on ourselves. There is a sense of freedom that comes with self-forgiveness. When we stop punishing ourselves for the past, we create space for new possibilities. We stop being afraid of failure because we know that even if we stumble, we have the capacity to forgive and move forward. This freedom allows us to take risks, to try new things, and to grow without the constant fear of judgment, either from ourselves or others. Forgiving yourself is also an act of self-respect. It's a recognition that you are worthy of kindness, even from yourself. Often, we are much harder on ourselves than we would ever be on someone else. We offer others grace and understanding, yet withhold it from ourselves. But growth requires self-respect. It requires us to treat ourselves with the same dignity and care that we offer to those we love. Self-forgiveness is a way of saying, I am worthy of moving forward, of learning from this, and of living fully despite my mistakes. When we forgive ourselves, we break the cycle of self-criticism that keeps us stuck. This cycle often leads to feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt, making it difficult to move forward with confidence. But self-forgiveness interrupts this cycle. It allows us to step out of the shadows of our past and into the light of possibility. It's a way of clearing the path for growth, of allowing ourselves to evolve without being held back by past mistakes. Both Stoicism and Buddhism teach the importance of being present. When we are consumed by guilt or regret, we are not living in the present. We are stuck in the past. Forgiving yourself brings you back to the present moment, where you can make new choices and take new actions. It reminds you that the only moment you have control over is the one you are in right now. By releasing the past, you give yourself the gift of being fully present in your own life. Self-forgiveness also strengthens our relationships with others. When we carry guilt and shame, it often affects how we interact with the people around us. We may withdraw, lash out, or project our own self-criticism onto others. But when we forgive ourselves, we release that emotional burden, allowing us to connect with others from a place of openness and authenticity. We are no longer hiding behind our mistakes, but embracing our humanity, flaws and all. Another important aspect of self-forgiveness is patience. Growth is a process, and forgiving yourself is not something that happens overnight. It takes time to let go of old patterns of self-judgment and replace them with compassion. But with each act of self-forgiveness, you build a stronger foundation for growth. Over time, it becomes easier to forgive yourself, and you begin to notice how much lighter and freer you feel. Self-forgiveness also helps us develop resilience. When we learn to forgive ourselves, we become more resilient in the face of future challenges. We know that we have the capacity to recover from mistakes, to learn from them, and to keep moving forward. This resilience allows us to approach life with greater courage, knowing that we don't have to be perfect to make progress. We can stumble, fall, and get back up again, stronger each time. The act of forgiving yourself is also an acknowledgement of your own growth. When you look back on past mistakes, you can see how far you've come. You are no longer the person who made those mistakes. You have grown, learned, and evolved. Self-forgiveness is a way of honoring that growth, of recognizing that you are capable of change and improvement. It is a celebration of your own journey. Both Stoicism and Buddhism emphasize the importance of acceptance. Self-forgiveness is a practice of accepting yourself as you are, with all your flaws and imperfections. It is about acknowledging that you are a work in progress and that growth is not a linear path. By accepting yourself fully, you create the conditions for real change. You stop fighting against yourself and start working with yourself, allowing growth to happen naturally. Forgiving yourself also requires letting go of the need for external validation. Often, we seek forgiveness from others in order to feel better about ourselves. But true self-forgiveness comes from within. It is an internal process that doesn't rely on others' approval or validation. When we forgive ourselves, we take responsibility for our own healing and growth. We stop looking for others to absolve us and instead find that forgiveness within ourselves. Self-forgiveness also teaches us the value of humility. It reminds us that we are not infallible, that we will make mistakes, and that it's okay. This humility allows us to approach life with a sense of openness and curiosity rather than fear of failure. When we forgive ourselves, we stop pretending that we have to have it all figured out, and we allow ourselves to be learners, to make mistakes, and to grow from them. The process of self-forgiveness is deeply tied to self-awareness. It requires us to look inward, to examine our thoughts, feelings and actions with honesty and compassion. This self-reflection is essential for growth because it allows us to understand why we made certain choices and how we can make different ones in the future. Self-forgiveness is not about avoiding responsibility. It is about taking responsibility in a way that promotes growth rather than self-punishment. When we forgive ourselves, we also release the need for control. We stop trying to control the narrative of our lives, to make everything perfect, and to avoid all mistakes. Instead, we allow life to unfold as it does, knowing that we have the strength to handle whatever comes our way. This release of control is freeing because it allows us to live more fully, without the constant fear of making a mistake or doing something wrong. Self-forgiveness also deepens our sense of self-compassion. When we practice forgiving ourselves, we develop a habit of treating ourselves with kindness and understanding. This habit extends beyond moments of mistake or regret. It becomes a way of being. We learn to be gentle with ourselves in all aspects of life, recognizing that we are worthy of love and care, even when we fall short of our own expectations. Forgiving yourself also helps you cultivate a sense of inner peace. When we carry guilt and shame, it creates a sense of inner turmoil, a constant feeling of unrest. But when we forgive ourselves, we release that turmoil and create space for peace. We stop battling with ourselves and instead find a sense of calm and acceptance. This inner peace allows us to move through life with greater ease and clarity. In the end, self-forgiveness is about choosing to move forward. It is about recognizing that while we cannot change the past, we have the power to shape the future. It is about releasing the weight of guilt and regret so that we can walk more lightly through life with a sense of possibility and hope. By forgiving yourself, you give yourself the gift of freedom, the freedom to grow, to evolve, and to become the person you are meant to be. As we step further into the journey of self-forgiveness and acceptance, there is another layer of growth that opens up, a shift from the pursuit of perfection to the embrace of imperfection. In a world that constantly pushes us to achieve more, be more, and strive for flawlessness, the pressure to be perfect can feel overwhelming. But perfection is an illusion, and the chase for it often leaves us feeling exhausted and unfulfilled. It's here that the Japanese philosophy of wabi-sabi offers a refreshing and transformative perspective, one that invites us to find beauty and joy in imperfection. Wabi-sabi teaches that imperfection is not something to be avoided or hidden, but rather something to be appreciated and even celebrated. This mindset stands in stark contrast to the perfectionism that many of us have been conditioned to pursue. While perfectionism creates a constant sense of lack, wabi-sabi allows us to see the richness and depth in life's imperfections. It encourages us to slow down, to let go of unrealistic standards, and to recognize that there is beauty in the cracks and flaws of our lives. Chasing perfection keeps us in a state of constant striving. We are never quite satisfied because there is always something more to fix, improve, or polish. This relentless pursuit creates stress, anxiety, and a deep sense of inadequacy. But wabi-sabi teaches us that things are beautiful precisely because they are imperfect, incomplete, and impermanent. It invites us to see the beauty in the worn edges, the rough textures, and the things that are unfinished. In this way, it offers a path to contentment and peace. When we stop chasing perfection, we begin to see the world in a new light. The flaws and imperfections that once frustrated us now become part of the story, part of the charm. Whether it's the chipped edge of a favorite mug or the wrinkles in an old photograph, wabi-sabi teaches us that these imperfections are what give life character and meaning. They are a reminder that nothing lasts forever and that everything is in a state of becoming. This shift in perspective helps us release the pressure to make everything perfect and instead allows us to appreciate things as they are. One of the most profound lessons of wabi-sabi is that imperfection is natural. In nature, nothing is perfectly symmetrical, perfectly polished, or perfectly finished. The beauty of a tree lies in its uneven branches, the texture of its bark, and the way it bends in the wind. Wabi-sabi reminds us that we too are part of nature, and like nature, we are beautifully imperfect. When we stop trying to force ourselves into a mold of perfection, we allow ourselves to grow and evolve naturally. This embrace of imperfection also extends to how we see ourselves. Perfectionism often leads to harsh self-criticism and an inability to accept ourselves as we are. We focus on our flaws, our mistakes, and the ways in which we fall short of some imagined ideal. But wabi-sabi encourages us to be gentle with ourselves, to see the beauty in our imperfections, and to understand that these imperfections are what make us unique. When we stop chasing perfection, we give ourselves permission to be human. Wabi-sabi also teaches us to value simplicity. In a world that often values excess and grandeur, wabi-sabi reminds us that there is beauty in the simple, the humble, and the unadorned. A well-worn object, a quiet moment, a gesture of kindness. These are the things that bring richness to life, not the pursuit of perfection. By embracing simplicity, we reduce the stress that comes with trying to maintain a perfect image or a perfect life. We find joy in the small, ordinary moments that make up our days. Another important aspect of wabi-sabi is the acceptance of impermanence. Perfectionism often arises from a desire to create something that will last forever, something that will stand the test of time. But wabi-sabi teaches us that nothing is permanent. Everything changes, decays, and eventually passes away. This acceptance of impermanence helps us let go of the need to make things perfect. Instead of clinging to the idea of permanence, we learn to appreciate the fleeting beauty of each moment. By embracing imperfection, we also learn to be more present. The pursuit of perfection often keeps us focused on the future, on what we need to fix, improve, or achieve. But wabi-sabi invites us to be fully present in the here and now, to appreciate things as they are in this moment, even if they are not perfect. This shift in focus brings a sense of peace and contentment, as we no longer feel the need to constantly chase after something better. When we let go of perfectionism, we also free ourselves from the fear of failure. Perfectionism often creates a paralyzing fear of making mistakes or falling short, but wabi-sabi teaches us that failure is not something to be feared. It is part of the natural process of growth and learning. When we accept that imperfection is inevitable, we become more willing to take risks, try new things, and embrace the learning that comes from making mistakes. This mindset also helps us to approach our relationships with more compassion and understanding. Perfectionism often leads to unrealistic expectations, both for ourselves and for others. We expect people to behave perfectly, to meet our every need, and to never make mistakes. But wabi-sabi reminds us that just as we are imperfect, so too are the people around us. By embracing the imperfections in our relationships, we create space for forgiveness, patience, and deeper connection. Wabi-sabi also teaches us that true beauty is found in authenticity. Perfectionism often encourages us to present a polished, flawless version of ourselves to the world, hiding our imperfections behind a facade of success or confidence. But wabi-sabi celebrates the raw, the real, and the vulnerable. It reminds us that it is our authenticity, not our perfection, that makes us beautiful. When we stop striving to be perfect, we allow ourselves to be seen as we truly are, flaws and all. This shift in mindset also reduces the stress and anxiety that often accompany perfectionism. The constant pressure to be perfect, to meet impossible standards, and to never make mistakes creates a sense of tension and overwhelm. But when we embrace wabi-sabi and let go of the need for perfection, we release that pressure. We learn to approach life with a sense of ease, accepting that things may not always go as planned, but that there is beauty and meaning in the journey. Embracing imperfection also fosters creativity. Perfectionism often stifles creativity because it creates a fear of not getting things exactly right. But wabi-sabi encourages us to experiment, to play, and to explore without worrying about the outcome. It reminds us that creativity is not about creating something flawless. It's about expressing ourselves in a way that is true to who we are. When we stop chasing perfection, we free ourselves to create with joy and spontaneity. One of the most powerful aspects of wabi-sabi is that it teaches us to find beauty in the unexpected. Life is full of surprises, detours, and imperfections, and wabi-sabi invites us to embrace these moments rather than resist them. Whether it's a plan that doesn't go as expected or a project that turns out differently than we imagined, wabi-sabi helps us see that these imperfections are part of what makes life rich and meaningful. This mindset also encourages us to let go of control. Perfectionism often arises from a desire to control every aspect of our lives, to ensure that everything turns out exactly as we want it to. But wabi-sabi reminds us that life is unpredictable and that trying to control every detail only leads to frustration and disappointment. By embracing imperfection, we learn to go with the flow, to accept what is, and to find peace in the midst of uncertainty. Wabi-sabi also teaches us to be more compassionate toward ourselves and others. When we embrace imperfection, we stop judging ourselves and others so harshly. We recognize that everyone is doing the best they can with what they have, and that perfection is not the goal. This compassion creates a sense of connection and understanding, allowing us to approach life with more kindness and empathy. In the pursuit of perfection, we often forget to enjoy the journey. We become so focused on the end result that we miss the beauty of the process. But wabi-sabi teaches us that the process is just as important as the outcome. Whether we are working on a creative project, building a relationship, or pursuing a goal, wabi-sabi reminds us to appreciate each step of the journey, imperfections and all. By embracing imperfection, we also become more resilient. Perfectionism can create a fear of failure that makes it difficult to bounce back from setbacks. But wabi-sabi teaches us that setbacks are a natural part of life and that they are not a reflection of our worth. When we stop striving for perfection, we become more adaptable, more willing to learn from our mistakes, and more capable of moving forward with grace and resilience. This mindset also helps us to simplify our lives. Perfectionism often leads to overcomplication as we try to make everything just right. But wabi-sabi values simplicity, reminding us that there is beauty in the unadorned and the unpretentious. By letting go of the need to make everything perfect, we create more space for the things that truly matter: connection, presence, and joy. Another important lesson from wabi-sabi is that imperfection is what makes us human. We all have flaws, scars, and rough edges, and these imperfections are not something to be hidden or ashamed of. They are part of our story, part of what makes us who we are. When we embrace our imperfections, we embrace our humanity, and we create space for deeper connection with ourselves and others. In the end, wabi-sabi is about finding peace in the imperfect, the incomplete, and the impermanent. It teaches us that life is not about achieving perfection, but about embracing the beauty that exists in the present moment. When we stop chasing perfection, we open ourselves up to the richness of life as it is, finding joy in the simple, the humble, and the imperfect moments that make life meaningful. As we embrace the beauty of imperfection, letting go of the pressure to achieve flawlessness, another path unfolds, one that invites us to shift our focus from chasing perfection to engaging in the small, meaningful steps that create real, lasting change. While perfection may be elusive, transformation is within our reach when we commit to daily, consistent action. This is where the power of small habits shines, rooted in both the Stoic concept of ascesis, a disciplined practice of self-improvement, and the Japanese philosophy of kaizen, which teaches us that continuous, incremental progress leads to profound transformation over time. The real power in change lies not in grand gestures or overnight success, but in the small, consistent actions that build up over time. While we may be tempted to look for quick fixes or sweeping changes, it is the slow and steady commitment to improvement that creates lasting transformation. The Stoics understood this well, emphasizing the importance of daily discipline, of practicing virtues like patience, resilience, and mindfulness in even the smallest moments. Each day is an opportunity to grow, to practice, and to move closer to our best selves. One of the reasons small, consistent habits are so powerful is that they are sustainable. When we focus on making big, drastic changes, we often burn out or become overwhelmed. But small habits are manageable. They fit into our daily lives without requiring huge amounts of time or energy. Over time, these small actions compound, leading to significant progress without the stress or pressure of trying to do everything at once. This is the essence of kaizen, the idea that small, continuous improvements, repeated day after day, can lead to massive transformation. Consistency is key. When we commit to showing up every day, even in small ways, we build momentum. Each action reinforces the next, creating a sense of progress and accomplishment. Whether it's practicing gratitude, exercising for a few minutes, or setting aside time for reflection, these small habits become the foundation of lasting change. The more consistent we are, the more these actions become part of who we are, shaping our mindset, behavior, and ultimately, our lives. The Stoics believed that virtue is something we must practice daily. It's not enough to know what is right. We must actively cultivate it in our actions, thoughts, and choices. This is where the concept of ascesis comes in. It is a daily practice of self-discipline, a commitment to refining ourselves through small, intentional actions. Each time we choose patience over frustration, compassion over anger, or mindfulness over distraction, we strengthen these qualities within ourselves. Over time, these small choices add up, transforming not just our behavior, but our character. In a world that often celebrates instant gratification, the idea of slow, steady progress may seem counterintuitive. But real change is not about quick wins. It's about building a foundation that lasts. Kaizen teaches us that no improvement is too small to be meaningful. Every step forward, no matter how tiny, is a step toward growth. This mindset helps us stay patient and persistent, knowing that the cumulative effect of small habits will lead to significant transformation in the long run. One of the most valuable aspects of small, consistent habits is that they build trust in ourselves. When we set unrealistic goals or try to make drastic changes all at once, we often fall short, leading to feelings of failure or disappointment. But when we focus on small, achievable actions, we prove to ourselves that we are capable of change. Each small success builds confidence and reinforces the belief that we can continue moving forward, one step at a time. Consistency also helps us build resilience. Life is unpredictable, and there will always be challenges and setbacks along the way. But when we have established small, consistent habits, we have a foundation to fall back on. These habits become anchors that keep us grounded, even when circumstances are difficult. Whether it's taking a few minutes to meditate each morning or writing in a journal before bed, these small actions help us maintain a sense of stability and progress, even in the face of adversity. The beauty of small habits is that they are adaptable. We don't have to overhaul our entire lives to make progress. Instead, we can start where we are, with what we have, and build from there. If a habit feels too overwhelming, we can scale it back, making it smaller and more manageable until it fits seamlessly into our routine. This flexibility allows us to stay consistent, even when life gets busy or stressful, ensuring that we continue moving forward without becoming discouraged. Small habits also allow us to focus on the process rather than the outcome. When we are too focused on achieving a specific result, we can become impatient or frustrated if progress feels slow. But when we shift our attention to the daily actions we are taking, we begin to appreciate the journey itself. Each small habit becomes a step in the process of growth, and we find joy in the act of showing up, day after day, knowing that transformation is unfolding over time. The concept of ascesis reminds us that growth is not about perfection, it's about practice. We don't have to get it right every time. What matters is that we keep trying, that we keep showing up, even when it's difficult. Each day is an opportunity to learn, to refine, and to improve. And over time, these daily efforts create a ripple effect, leading to profound change. The key is persistence, not in doing everything perfectly, but in continuing to practice, even when it feels challenging. Kaizen teaches us that progress is incremental. It's easy to become discouraged when we don't see immediate results, but small changes often go unnoticed in the beginning. However, as these small habits accumulate, the progress becomes undeniable. What started as a few minutes of daily exercise, a simple gratitude practice, or a commitment to mindfulness begins to transform not just our habits, but our mindset, our energy, and our overall sense of well-being. One of the reasons small habits are so effective is that they are sustainable. When we make big changes all at once, it's easy to become overwhelmed or lose motivation. But small habits are manageable. They don't require a huge amount of time or effort, and they can be easily integrated into our daily routine. This makes it more likely that we will stick with them over the long term, allowing us to build consistency and momentum over time. As we continue practicing small habits, we begin to see that transformation is not about doing more, it's about doing less, but with greater focus and intention. By simplifying our approach and focusing on a few key habits, we create more space for meaningful growth. We no longer feel the need to take on too much at once, but instead focus on the small actions that have the greatest impact. This minimalist approach allows us to stay consistent without becoming overwhelmed. The power of small, consistent habits lies in their ability to create a sense of mastery. When we commit to practicing a habit daily, we begin to build skills and confidence over time. Whether it's learning a new language, improving our fitness, or cultivating mindfulness, each small action brings us closer to mastery. This sense of progress reinforces our commitment to the habit, creating a positive feedback loop that fuels further growth. Small habits also help us build a sense of identity. When we consistently engage in an action, it becomes part of who we are. If we exercise daily, we begin to see ourselves as someone who values health and fitness. If we practice gratitude, we become someone who is focused on the positive aspects of life. These small actions shape our identity, helping us become the person we want to be, one habit at a time. Consistency is the foundation of long-term success. When we commit to small daily actions, we build the discipline and resilience needed to achieve our larger goals. These habits become the stepping stones that lead us to our desired outcomes. Whether it's achieving a professional goal, improving our relationships, or enhancing our well-being, the power of small habits lies in their ability to create lasting change over time. Small habits also help us stay present. When we focus on the small actions we can take each day, we shift our attention away from the overwhelming demands of the future. Instead of worrying about how we will achieve our long-term goals, we focus on what we can do today. This sense of presence allows us to stay grounded, reducing anxiety, and helping us approach each day with a sense of purpose and clarity. By practicing small habits consistently, we also develop a greater sense of self-awareness. Each habit becomes an opportunity to check in with ourselves, to reflect on our progress, and to adjust our approach as needed. This ongoing process of reflection and refinement helps us stay aligned with our goals and values, ensuring that we are moving in the direction that feels right for us. Kaizen reminds us that transformation is not a destination, it is a continuous process. There is no final goal to be reached, no point at which we have achieved perfection. Instead, we are always growing, always evolving. This mindset allows us to stay curious and open, embracing each day as an opportunity to learn and improve. We stop rushing towards some imagined finish line and begin to appreciate the process of growth itself. As we build small habits over time, we begin to see that change is cumulative. Each small action builds on the one before it, creating a snowball effect that leads to massive transformation. What started as a simple daily practice becomes a powerful force for change, shaping our lives in ways we may not have anticipated. The key is patience, trusting that these small actions, repeated consistently, will lead to meaningful, long-lasting results. The Stoic concept of ascesis teaches us that daily practice is essential for growth. Just as an athlete must train regularly to build strength and skill, we must engage in daily habits to cultivate our character, mindset, and well-being. These habits are not about achieving perfection, but about embracing the discipline of practice. Each day, we have the opportunity to refine ourselves through small, consistent actions, and over time, this practice leads to transformation. Ultimately, the power of small, consistent habits lies in their ability to create lasting change. When we commit to daily practice, we build momentum, resilience, and a sense of mastery. These habits become the foundation for growth, helping us move toward our goals with clarity and intention. Whether we are seeking to improve our health, develop new skills, or cultivate a sense of inner peace, small, consistent habits are the key to unlocking our potential. Through the principles of ascesis and kaizen, we learn that transformation is not a result of grand gestures, but of the small, meaningful actions we take each day. As we reflect on the power of small, consistent habits in creating transformation, there's another skill that can dramatically impact our lives: the art of saying no. Just as daily habits guide us toward growth, learning to say no is essential for protecting our time, energy, and focus. In a world filled with endless demands and distractions, saying no is not just a form of boundary setting, it's an act of self-respect. From a Stoic perspective, it is a crucial tool in living a life aligned with our values, reducing stress, and ultimately increasing happiness. Saying yes to everything may seem like a path toward fulfillment, but it often leads to overcommitment, burnout, and distraction from what truly matters. When we say yes to too many obligations, we dilute our time and energy, leaving little room for the things that bring us joy and meaning. The Stoics remind us that our time is our most precious resource, and how we choose to spend it directly affects our well-being. Learning to say no is about reclaiming that time and focusing it on what aligns with our deepest priorities. Saying no can feel uncomfortable at first, especially if we are used to people-pleasing or trying to meet everyone's expectations. But the Stoics taught that we must not be swayed by external pressures or the opinions of others. Instead, we should act according to our inner compass, making decisions that reflect our true values. When we say no to things that don't align with our priorities, we are not rejecting others. We are affirming our commitment to what is most important to us. Every time we say no to something that doesn't serve us, we create space for something that does. This is where the power of saying no becomes clear. By protecting our time and energy, we can dedicate ourselves more fully to the things that matter, whether it's spending time with loved ones, pursuing a passion, or simply allowing ourselves to rest. In this way, saying no is not a selfish act, but a necessary one for maintaining balance and well-being. The fear of saying no often comes from the worry that we will disappoint others or miss out on opportunities. But the Stoics remind us that we cannot control how others react to our decisions. We can only control our own actions. By focusing on what we can control, we free ourselves from the burden of trying to please everyone. Saying no becomes a way of asserting our autonomy and choosing how we want to live, without being pulled in every direction by external demands. One of the greatest benefits of learning to say no is that it reduces stress. When we overcommit, we spread ourselves too thin, leading to exhaustion and frustration. But when we set clear boundaries and say no to unnecessary obligations, we reduce the mental clutter that comes with trying to do too much. This creates a sense of clarity and calm, allowing us to focus our energy on what truly brings us happiness and fulfillment. Saying no also helps us maintain focus. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to become distracted by the sheer number of tasks, invitations, and requests that come our way. But every time we say yes to something that doesn't align with our goals, we divert our attention away from what matters most. The Stoics valued focus and intentionality, believing that a life lived with purpose is far more meaningful than one filled with distractions. By learning to say no, we preserve our focus for the things that contribute to our personal growth and happiness. The act of saying no also builds confidence. Each time we assert our boundaries and protect our time, we reinforce the belief that our needs and desires are valid. This self-assurance grows over time, helping us feel more empowered in our decisions. We begin to trust ourselves more fully, knowing that we are capable of making choices that support our well-being, even if they are difficult or unpopular. One of the misconceptions about saying no is that it will create conflict or strain relationships. But when done with kindness and clarity, saying no can actually strengthen relationships. It allows us to communicate our boundaries honestly, creating an environment of mutual respect. Others may not always like our decisions, but they will respect our honesty and integrity. Over time, we build relationships that are based on authenticity rather than obligation or resentment. Saying no is also an act of self-care. Just as we care for our physical health through rest and nourishment, we care for our mental and emotional health by setting boundaries that protect our time and energy. When we say no to things that drain us, we create space for the things that replenish us. This might mean saying no to a social event so that we can spend time alone, or turning down a work opportunity in favor of rest. By prioritizing our own well-being, we are better able to show up fully in the areas of our life that matter most. The Stoics emphasized the importance of living according to nature, of aligning our actions with our true purpose and values. Saying no is a powerful way to ensure that our life reflects this alignment. When we say yes to everything, we risk losing sight of our own priorities and becoming overwhelmed by the expectations of others. But by saying no to what doesn't serve us, we stay true to our path, focusing our energy on the things that bring us closer to our goals and values. Another key lesson from the Stoics is the understanding that time is finite. We cannot do everything, nor should we try. Learning to say no is a recognition of this truth. It is an acknowledgement that our time and energy are limited, and that we must be selective in how we use them. By saying no to what distracts us or pulls us away from our purpose, we ensure that we are spending our time on what truly matters. Saying no also helps us avoid burnout. When we take on too many commitments, we risk depleting our energy and enthusiasm. Over time, this can lead to feelings of resentment, frustration, and exhaustion. But by setting clear boundaries and learning to say no, we protect ourselves from reaching this point of burnout. We give ourselves the space to rest and recharge, allowing us to engage more fully in the areas of life that bring us joy. The art of saying no also involves understanding our own limitations. We cannot be everything to everyone, and trying to do so only leads to stress and overwhelm. By recognizing our own limits and being honest about what we can and cannot take on, we create a more balanced and fulfilling life. This honesty allows us to say no with confidence, knowing that we are making decisions that support our well-being rather than overextending ourselves. Saying no is also a way of setting priorities. When we say yes to everything, we dilute our focus and energy, making it difficult to give our best to any one thing. But when we say no to the things that don't align with our priorities, we free up time and energy to devote to what matters most. This allows us to pursue our goals with greater intention and focus, leading to a deeper sense of fulfillment and purpose. One of the most empowering aspects of learning to say no is that it helps us reclaim control over our lives. When we constantly say yes to others' demands, we lose sight of our own needs and desires. But by saying no, we take back that control, ensuring that we are living a life that reflects our own values and priorities. This sense of autonomy is crucial for happiness, as it allows us to create a life that feels authentic and meaningful. Saying no also creates space for creativity and spontaneity. When our schedules are packed with obligations, we have little room for the unexpected. But by saying no to things that don't serve us, we create space for new opportunities, ideas, and experiences to enter our lives. This sense of openness allows us to explore new interests, take risks, and engage with life in a more spontaneous and joyful way. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control everything that happens to us, but we can control how we respond. Saying no is a powerful way to exercise this control. It allows us to shape our lives according to our own values, rather than being at the mercy of others' expectations. This sense of control leads to greater peace and happiness, as we no longer feel pulled in every direction by external demands. Saying no is also a way of honoring our own time. Time is one of our most valuable resources, and once it is spent, we cannot get it back. By learning to say no, we protect our time and ensure that we are using it in ways that align with our values and bring us joy. This mindfulness around time helps us live more intentionally, making each moment count. Another important aspect of saying no is that it helps us cultivate balance. When we say yes to everything, we often find ourselves overcommitted and overwhelmed, struggling to find time for rest and relaxation. But by setting boundaries and saying no to what doesn't serve us, we create more balance in our lives. This balance allows us to be more present, more engaged, and more at peace with ourselves and the world around us. Saying no also helps us focus on quality over quantity. It's not about doing more, it's about doing what matters most. When we say no to the things that don't align with our goals or values, we free up time and energy to invest in the areas of life that truly matter. This focus on quality allows us to experience deeper fulfillment and satisfaction, as we are no longer spread too thin. Learning to say no also strengthens our ability to make intentional choices. When we are clear about our priorities and boundaries, we are better able to make decisions that support our long-term happiness and well-being. This intentionality helps us avoid the trap of saying yes out of guilt or obligation, and instead allows us to make choices that reflect our true values. The art of saying no is ultimately about self-respect. It's about recognizing that our time, energy, and well-being are valuable, and that we have the right to protect them. By learning to say no, we honor our own needs and create a life that feels balanced, intentional, and aligned with our deepest values. Having explored the power of saying no to protect our time and energy, it becomes clear that many of the decisions we make in life are driven by a desire to control our environment, our future, and the outcomes we face. But life is inherently unpredictable, and the more we attempt to control it, the more we invite frustration, stress, and anxiety. Stoicism and existentialism both offer profound teachings on the importance of accepting uncertainty, showing us that the path to emotional freedom lies not in trying to control the uncontrollable, but in embracing the unpredictable nature of life with grace and openness. The fear of uncertainty often leads us to resist change, cling to familiar routines, and seek comfort in the illusion of control. Yet, life is in a constant state of flux, and no matter how much we plan or prepare, the unexpected will always arise. The Stoics recognized this truth and taught that while we cannot control the events that happen to us, we can control how we respond. Accepting uncertainty is not about giving up. It's about freeing ourselves from the anxiety that comes from trying to control things beyond our power. When we accept uncertainty, we open ourselves to the reality that life's unpredictability is not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. Instead of constantly worrying about what might happen, we learn to trust in our ability to handle whatever comes our way. This shift in mindset allows us to move through life with a sense of peace and resilience, knowing that we have the strength to face both challenges and opportunities with equal grace. At the heart of Stoicism is the concept of amor fati, or the love of fate. It is the idea that we should not only accept what happens in life, but learn to love it, no matter how difficult or unexpected. This philosophy teaches us that every event, whether positive or negative, offers a chance for growth and learning. When we stop resisting the flow of life and embrace uncertainty, we find emotional freedom in the realization that we are not victims of fate, but active participants in our own experience. One of the reasons we fear uncertainty is that we equate it with a loss of control. We believe that if we can't predict the future, we will be powerless to navigate it. But the Stoics remind us that control is an illusion. While we can influence some aspects of our lives, we cannot control everything. By accepting this truth, we release ourselves from the exhausting effort of trying to control the uncontrollable. In doing so, we reclaim our energy and focus on what truly matters, how we choose to respond to the present moment. Existentialism similarly teaches that uncertainty is an inherent part of the human experience. Life is full of unknowns, and it is through confronting these uncertainties that we find meaning. Instead of running from the unknown, existentialism encourages us to face it head-on, to embrace the freedom that comes with not knowing what the future holds. This perspective empowers us to take responsibility for our lives, to make choices with courage, and to live authentically in the face of uncertainty. By accepting uncertainty, we also free ourselves from the constant worry about potential outcomes. So much of our anxiety stems from trying to predict or control the future. But when we accept that we cannot know what will happen, we release ourselves from this mental burden. This acceptance brings a sense of relief, allowing us to live more fully in the present moment without being consumed by fear or doubt. Uncertainty, when embraced, becomes a source of possibility rather than fear. It is in the unknown that new opportunities, ideas, and experiences arise. When we let go of the need to have everything figured out, we create space for growth, creativity, and discovery. Accepting uncertainty invites us to be curious about life, to explore its complexities with an open mind and heart, rather than trying to fit it into a rigid plan. One of the most empowering aspects of accepting uncertainty is that it helps us build resilience. Life will inevitably throw challenges our way, and we cannot always predict when or how they will come. But by accepting uncertainty, we develop the mental and emotional strength to handle whatever life presents. We become more adaptable, more flexible, and more willing to navigate the twists and turns of life with confidence and grace. Accepting uncertainty also deepens our sense of trust, not only in ourselves, but in life itself. When we stop trying to control every detail, we learn to trust that things will unfold as they are meant to, even if it's not in the way we expect. This trust allows us to release the need for constant planning and overthinking, freeing us to live more spontaneously and joyfully. We begin to see that uncertainty is not something to be feared, but something that makes life rich and full of surprises. Letting go of the need for certainty also fosters a greater sense of presence. When we are constantly worrying about the future or trying to control outcomes, we are not fully engaged in the present. But when we accept that the future is uncertain, we stop fixating on it and instead focus on what is happening right now. This presence brings a deeper sense of peace, as we are no longer divided between what is and what might be. The Stoics taught that much of our suffering comes from our desire for things to be different than they are. When we resist uncertainty, we create tension and frustration, constantly battling the reality of life's unpredictability. But when we embrace uncertainty, we align ourselves with the natural flow of life. We stop fighting against what we cannot control and instead find peace in the present, accepting that uncertainty is part of the human experience. Accepting uncertainty also allows us to approach life with a greater sense of humility. We realize that we don't have all the answers, and that's okay. This humility opens us up to learning and growth as we become more willing to listen, to adapt, and to change course when needed. It frees us from the pressure of trying to always be right or in control, allowing us to embrace life's complexity with openness and curiosity. By accepting uncertainty, we also cultivate a greater sense of inner calm. When we stop trying to predict or control the future, we release the anxiety that comes from constantly anticipating worst-case scenarios. This calm allows us to approach life's challenges with a clear mind and a steady heart, knowing that we can handle whatever comes our way. It is this sense of calm that leads to true emotional freedom. One of the fears that often comes with uncertainty is the fear of failure. We worry that if we don't know what will happen, we might make the wrong choice or face unexpected setbacks. But both Stoicism and existentialism teach that failure is not something to be feared. It is part of life's natural ebb and flow. By accepting uncertainty, we release the fear of failure and embrace the idea that every experience, whether successful or not, is an opportunity for growth and learning. Embracing uncertainty also allows us to live more authentically. When we let go of the need for certainty, we stop making decisions based on fear or the desire for control. Instead, we make choices that align with our true values and desires, even if the outcome is uncertain. This authenticity leads to a deeper sense of fulfillment, as we are no longer driven by the need to conform to external expectations or predict outcomes. The unpredictability of life also teaches us the value of flexibility. When we accept that we cannot control everything, we become more adaptable, more willing to change course when necessary. This flexibility allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater ease, as we are no longer rigidly attached to a specific plan or outcome. We learn to go with the flow, trusting that life will unfold in ways that we may not always understand, but that offer valuable lessons and experiences. Accepting uncertainty also strengthens our relationships. When we stop trying to control outcomes, we become more open to the ebb and flow of our connections with others. We stop placing unrealistic expectations on people and situations, allowing our relationships to evolve naturally. This openness fosters deeper trust, communication, and understanding, as we are no longer trying to force things to be a certain way. One of the most liberating aspects of accepting uncertainty is that it frees us from the fear of the unknown. So much of our anxiety comes from trying to predict or control the future, but when we accept that the future is inherently uncertain, we release ourselves from this burden. This freedom allows us to live more fully in the present, to explore life's possibilities without being weighed down by the need for certainty. When we accept uncertainty, we also cultivate a greater sense of gratitude for the present moment. Knowing that the future is unpredictable reminds us that the only time we truly have is now. This awareness helps us appreciate the simple joys of life, from a quiet moment with a loved one to the beauty of nature. We stop taking the present for granted and instead embrace it fully, knowing that it is fleeting and precious. The acceptance of uncertainty also helps us develop a deeper sense of resilience. Life will inevitably present us with challenges and setbacks, but when we embrace uncertainty, we stop fearing these moments. Instead, we see them as opportunities for growth and learning. This resilience allows us to bounce back from adversity with greater strength and clarity, knowing that we are capable of handling whatever comes our way. By accepting uncertainty, we also become more patient. When we let go of the need for instant answers or outcomes, we develop the ability to sit with the unknown, trusting that clarity will come in its own time. This patience allows us to approach life's challenges with greater calm and grace, knowing that we don't need to have all the answers right away. Embracing uncertainty also fosters a greater sense of curiosity. When we stop trying to predict or control the future, we become more open to exploring life's mysteries. This curiosity leads to a deeper sense of wonder and excitement, as we begin to see life not as something to be controlled, but as something to be experienced and explored. Accepting uncertainty also helps us develop a greater sense of self-trust. When we stop relying on external guarantees or predictions, we learn to trust our own ability to navigate life's unpredictability. This self-trust empowers us to make decisions with confidence, knowing that we have the inner resources to handle whatever comes our way. In the end, accepting uncertainty is about embracing life as it is, unpredictable, ever-changing, and full of surprises. When we stop resisting the unknown and start embracing it, we find emotional freedom. We release ourselves from the burden of trying to control what cannot be controlled, and we open ourselves to the beauty, possibility, and growth that come with living fully in the present moment. As we come to understand the power of accepting uncertainty and letting go of our need to control outcomes, we naturally encounter the idea of non-attachment, a practice central to both Stoicism and Buddhism. In a world driven by material wealth and external validation, non-attachment offers a path to emotional freedom. By learning to release our grip on material things and outcomes, we discover a deeper sense of happiness that is not dependent on external circumstances. This practice is not about rejecting the world, but about approaching it with clarity and balance, understanding that true peace comes from within. Non-attachment begins with the understanding that nothing we own or achieve is permanent. Material possessions, status, and even relationships are all subject to change. Yet, we often place our happiness in these external things, believing that once we acquire or achieve them, we will feel complete. Stoic philosophy teaches us that this is a mistake. True contentment cannot be found in things that are outside of our control. Instead, it is cultivated through inner strength and the ability to remain balanced, regardless of what we gain or lose. Both Stoicism and Buddhism emphasize the importance of recognizing impermanence. Everything in life is transient, and the more we attach ourselves to material things, the more we set ourselves up for disappointment when they inevitably change or fade. Non-attachment is not about rejecting the material world, but about shifting our focus away from external sources of happiness and toward a more stable, internal source. When we stop clinging to material things, we free ourselves from the constant fear of losing them. Practicing non-attachment helps us live with greater peace, because it allows us to let go of the anxiety that comes with trying to hold on to what we cannot control. In a world that is constantly changing, attachment to outcomes or possessions creates a sense of insecurity. But when we release our need for things to be a certain way, we develop resilience. This emotional freedom enables us to navigate life's challenges without being overwhelmed by fear or disappointment. One of the most powerful aspects of non-attachment is that it teaches us to appreciate the present moment. When we are constantly striving for more, whether it's more success, more wealth, or more recognition, we become disconnected from the richness of the present. Non-attachment invites us to engage fully with life as it is, without constantly seeking something else to make us feel complete. This presence leads to a deeper sense of contentment because we are no longer chasing after things that are beyond our reach. Non-attachment also helps us redefine our relationship with material possessions. In a consumer-driven world, it's easy to fall into the trap of believing that happiness lies in acquiring more things. But as both Stoic and Buddhist teachings remind us, material things are fleeting, and they cannot provide lasting satisfaction. When we practice non-attachment, we begin to see material possessions for what they are, useful tools, but not the source of our happiness. This shift in perspective allows us to enjoy what we have without being defined by it. The practice of non-attachment extends beyond material things to include our attachment to outcomes. Whether it's in our careers, relationships, or personal goals, we often place our happiness on achieving specific results. But when we tie our sense of self-worth to outcomes that are beyond our control, we set ourselves up for disappointment. Stoicism teaches us that the only thing we can control is our own effort and attitude. By focusing on the process rather than the outcome, we free ourselves from the emotional turmoil that comes with unmet expectations. Non-attachment also fosters a greater sense of compassion for ourselves and others. When we are overly attached to our own desires and expectations, we can become rigid and self-centered, seeing the world only through the lens of what we want. But by practicing non-attachment, we open ourselves to a broader perspective. We become more understanding and accepting of others' experiences and less reactive when things don't go as planned. This compassion leads to deeper, more meaningful connections with the people around us. Letting go of attachment does not mean we stop caring about life or the people in it. In fact, non-attachment allows us to engage more fully with life because we are no longer burdened by the fear of losing what we have. When we are not attached to specific outcomes or material possessions, we can approach life with a sense of curiosity and openness, embracing whatever comes our way. This mindset creates space for growth, discovery, and joy because we are no longer trapped by the need to control everything. Non-attachment also helps us break free from the cycle of desire and dissatisfaction. In a world that constantly pushes us to want more, it's easy to fall into the trap of believing that happiness is always just around the corner, waiting for us to acquire the next thing. But this mindset keeps us in a perpetual state of longing, never fully satisfied with what we have. Non-attachment teaches us that happiness is not found in getting more, but in appreciating what is already present. Both Stoicism and Buddhism teach that attachment to material things and outcomes leads to suffering. When we tie our happiness to external circumstances, we become vulnerable to the ups and downs of life. But by practicing non-attachment, we cultivate an inner strength that allows us to remain steady, even in the face of change or loss. This emotional resilience is key to finding true peace and happiness, because it is not dependent on things outside of ourselves. Non-attachment also helps us develop a healthier relationship with success and failure. In a society that often equates success with worth, it's easy to become attached to our achievements and fear failure. But when we practice non-attachment, we begin to see success and failure as temporary and not reflective of our intrinsic value. This shift in perspective allows us to pursue our goals with passion and dedication, without being consumed by the need for a specific outcome. We learn to enjoy the process, knowing that our worth is not tied to what we achieve. One of the greatest gifts of practicing non-attachment is the freedom it brings from the constant comparison to others. In a world where social media and cultural norms often push us to measure ourselves against others' success, appearance, or possessions, non-attachment reminds us that these external markers are not where true happiness lies. By letting go of the need to compete or compare, we cultivate a deeper sense of self-acceptance and peace, no longer bound by the expectations of others. Non-attachment also allows us to experience life more fully because we are not constantly grasping for control or fearing loss. When we hold on too tightly to things, we become closed off to new experiences and opportunities. But when we let go of attachment, we open ourselves to the flow of life, allowing us to move with it rather than against it. This openness leads to a greater sense of joy and spontaneity, as we are no longer weighed down by the need to control every outcome. The practice of non-attachment helps us develop a sense of inner abundance. When we are no longer focused on acquiring more or achieving specific outcomes, we begin to recognize the richness that already exists within us. We realize that true happiness comes from within, not from external sources. This inner abundance allows us to live with greater gratitude and contentment, knowing that we have everything we need to be at peace. Non-attachment also teaches us the importance of letting go of the past. Often, our attachment to past experiences, whether they were positive or negative, prevents us from fully engaging with the present. We may cling to memories of success or happiness, hoping to recreate them, or we may hold on to past hurts, unable to move forward. Non-attachment helps us release these attachments, allowing us to live more fully in the present moment and embrace the opportunities that are here now. Practicing non-attachment does not mean we stop setting goals or striving for improvement. It simply means that we no longer tie our sense of happiness or self-worth to the outcome. By focusing on the journey rather than the destination, we can pursue our goals with a sense of purpose and passion, without being consumed by the fear of failure or the need for validation. This approach leads to a more fulfilling and balanced life, because we are no longer driven by external pressures. Non-attachment also helps us cultivate a sense of patience and acceptance. When we are attached to specific outcomes, we often become frustrated or anxious when things don't go according to plan. But by practicing non-attachment, we learn to accept life as it is, without constantly pushing for things to be different. This acceptance brings a sense of peace, because we are no longer fighting against reality, but flowing with it. One of the key teachings of both Stoicism and Buddhism is that attachment to material things and outcomes is a form of bondage. It keeps us trapped in a cycle of desire, fear, and dissatisfaction. But by practicing non-attachment, we free ourselves from this cycle, allowing us to live with greater peace and happiness. This freedom is not about rejecting the material world, but about understanding that our true happiness does not depend on it. Non-attachment also helps us develop a deeper sense of self-awareness. When we are attached to material things or specific outcomes, we often lose sight of our own inner desires and values. But by letting go of these attachments, we create space for self-reflection and growth. We begin to understand what truly matters to us, and we align our actions with our deeper sense of purpose. The practice of non-attachment also helps us become more present in our relationships. When we are attached to specific expectations or outcomes in our relationships, we often create unnecessary tension or disappointment. But by practicing non-attachment, we allow our relationships to evolve naturally, without placing undue pressure on ourselves or others. This openness leads to deeper, more authentic connections, because we are no longer trying to control or force a specific outcome. Non-attachment also teaches us to approach life with a sense of humility. When we are overly attached to material things or outcomes, we often become prideful or entitled, believing that we deserve certain things or that our happiness depends on them. But by practicing non-attachment, we cultivate a sense of humility, recognizing that life is unpredictable and that we are not owed anything. This humility allows us to approach life with gratitude and openness, rather than entitlement or frustration. As we practice non-attachment, we begin to see that true freedom comes not from controlling the world around us, but from letting go of our need to control it. This freedom allows us to live with greater joy, peace, and resilience, knowing that our happiness is not tied to external circumstances. We become more adaptable, more open to change, and more able to embrace the beauty of life as it unfolds, without being weighed down by the need for specific outcomes. In the end, non-attachment is not about renouncing the world, but about living in it with greater clarity and balance. By letting go of our attachment to material things and outcomes, we free ourselves to experience life more fully, with a sense of peace and contentment that is not dependent on external circumstances. This practice leads to emotional freedom and deeper happiness because it allows us to engage with the world from a place of inner strength, knowing that true happiness comes from within. As we let go of our attachment to material things and outcomes, a new space opens up, one where we can focus inward, exploring the depths of who we are beyond the external world. It is in solitude that we truly begin to understand ourselves. While many view solitude as something to be avoided, both Stoicism and existentialism teach us that spending time alone is not only beneficial, but necessary for our growth. By embracing solitude, we gain clarity, strengthen our inner resolve, and in turn, improve the quality of our relationships with others. Solitude allows us to cultivate self-awareness in a way that is difficult to achieve when we are constantly surrounded by others. In the quiet of being alone, we can reflect on our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors without the influence of external opinions or distractions. This reflection leads to a deeper understanding of who we are, what we value, and how we want to show up in the world. It is this self-awareness that forms the foundation of meaningful relationships, as we can only truly connect with others once we have connected with ourselves. When we embrace solitude, we also learn to enjoy our own company. This may seem like a small thing, but it is incredibly powerful. Many people seek out constant social interaction because they are uncomfortable being alone with their thoughts. But when we learn to enjoy solitude, we become more independent, less reliant on others for validation or entertainment. This independence enhances our relationships because we no longer approach others from a place of neediness or dependence. Instead, we can engage with others from a place of fullness and self-sufficiency. Solitude also provides us with the space to recharge. In a world that often values busyness and constant socializing, it's easy to forget that we all need time to ourselves to rest and reset. When we take time alone, we allow our minds and bodies to relax, which in turn makes us more present and engaged when we are with others. This balance between solitude and connection helps prevent burnout and fosters healthier, more balanced relationships. One of the reasons solitude improves relationships is that it gives us the time and space to process our emotions. When we are constantly surrounded by others, it can be difficult to fully understand what we are feeling or why. But in solitude, we can explore our emotions without distraction, gaining clarity on what is really going on beneath the surface. This emotional clarity allows us to communicate more effectively with others, leading to deeper understanding and stronger connections. Solitude also teaches us patience. In a world that encourages instant gratification, taking time alone allows us to slow down and develop a more patient, thoughtful approach to life. This patience carries over into our relationships, where we become more understanding and less reactive. Instead of rushing to judgment or responding out of frustration, we learn to take a step back, consider the situation more fully, and approach our interactions with greater care and empathy. Both Stoicism and existentialism emphasize the importance of knowing oneself. This knowledge comes from introspection and reflection, both of which require solitude. When we spend time alone, we can examine our beliefs, values, and motivations more deeply. This self-knowledge strengthens our relationships because it allows us to be more authentic and transparent with others. We are no longer acting out of habit or social pressure, but from a place of true understanding of who we are and what we stand for. Another benefit of solitude is that it helps us develop a stronger sense of self-confidence. When we spend time alone, we learn to trust our own thoughts, opinions, and decisions. We become less reliant on others to tell us what to think or how to act. This self-confidence is attractive in relationships because it creates a sense of stability and assurance. Others are drawn to those who are comfortable in their own skin, and this comfort comes from spending time in solitude. Solitude also helps us cultivate a greater sense of empathy. When we take time to reflect on our own experiences, challenges, and emotions, we become more attuned to the experiences of others. This empathy allows us to approach our relationships with greater compassion and understanding. We are less likely to project our own issues onto others and more likely to listen and support them in their own journeys. One of the most transformative aspects of solitude is that it helps us become more mindful. When we are alone, we have the opportunity to be fully present with ourselves without the distractions of social interaction or external demands. This mindfulness allows us to become more aware of our thoughts, feelings, and reactions in real time. As we develop this awareness, we become more mindful in our relationships as well, approaching others with greater attention and presence. Solitude also fosters creativity. When we are alone, we have the space to explore new ideas, thoughts, and perspectives without interruption. This creativity enriches our relationships because it allows us to bring new energy and ideas to the table. Instead of relying on others for stimulation, we can contribute to our relationships in meaningful and innovative ways, deepening our connections through shared creativity and exploration. Another reason solitude improves relationships is that it helps us set healthy boundaries. When we spend time alone, we learn to listen to our own needs and desires. This self-awareness allows us to establish boundaries that protect our well-being and prevent burnout. In relationships, these boundaries create a sense of balance and mutual respect. We are no longer giving too much of ourselves or expecting too much from others, leading to healthier, more sustainable connections. Solitude also teaches us the value of independence. When we are comfortable being alone, we no longer feel the need to constantly seek validation or approval from others. This independence strengthens our relationships because it allows us to engage with others from a place of equality rather than neediness or insecurity. We become more self-sufficient, which in turn makes our relationships more balanced and fulfilling. In spending time alone, we also develop a greater sense of inner peace. This peace comes from the quiet, reflective nature of solitude, where we can let go of external distractions and focus on our inner world. This inner peace enhances our relationships because it allows us to approach others with a calm, centered presence. We are no longer reactive or anxious, but grounded and at ease, which creates a more harmonious and supportive dynamic in our relationships. Solitude also helps us develop emotional resilience. When we spend time alone, we learn to process our emotions on our own without relying on others to fix or soothe us. This resilience strengthens our relationships because it allows us to handle challenges and conflicts with greater grace and composure. We are no longer dependent on others for emotional stability, which creates a more balanced and mature dynamic in our relationships. Spending time in solitude also helps us develop a greater sense of gratitude for the people in our lives. When we are constantly surrounded by others, it can be easy to take our relationships for granted. But when we spend time alone, we have the opportunity to reflect on the value of our connections and the joy they bring to our lives. This gratitude deepens our relationships because it allows us to approach others with a greater sense of appreciation and love. Solitude also gives us the space to reflect on our past relationships and learn from them. In the quiet of being alone, we can examine our patterns, behaviors, and choices in relationships, gaining insight into what has worked and what hasn't. This reflection allows us to grow and evolve so that we can approach future relationships with greater wisdom and understanding. Both Stoicism and existentialism teach that solitude is essential for personal growth. When we spend time alone, we are not only deepening our self-awareness, but also developing the qualities of strength, resilience, and independence that are necessary for healthy relationships. By embracing solitude, we become more grounded in who we are, which allows us to engage with others from a place of confidence and clarity. One of the most powerful benefits of solitude is that it helps us become more intentional in our relationships. When we take time alone to reflect on our needs, values, and goals, we are better able to approach our relationships with purpose and intention. We are no longer engaging with others out of habit or obligation, but because we genuinely want to connect and contribute to the relationship. Solitude also helps us develop a greater sense of clarity about our relationships. When we spend time alone, we have the opportunity to evaluate the dynamics of our connections and determine whether they are truly serving us. This clarity allows us to make more conscious choices about who we spend our time with and how we engage in our relationships, leading to more meaningful and fulfilling connections. Spending time in solitude also teaches us the importance of self-care. When we are constantly focused on others, it can be easy to neglect our own needs and well-being. But solitude gives us the space to prioritize our own self-care, ensuring that we are taking care of ourselves so that we can show up fully in our relationships. This balance between self-care and connection creates a healthier, more sustainable dynamic in our relationships. In embracing solitude, we also learn to cultivate a sense of inner strength. When we are comfortable being alone, we develop a sense of self-reliance that allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater resilience. This inner strength enhances our relationships because it allows us to support others without losing ourselves in the process. We become more capable of giving and receiving love in a balanced, healthy way. Solitude also helps us develop a greater sense of compassion for others. When we spend time alone reflecting on our own experiences and emotions, we become more attuned to the struggles and challenges that others face. This compassion allows us to approach our relationships with greater empathy and understanding, creating deeper connections and more meaningful interactions. Another benefit of solitude is that it helps us develop a greater sense of perspective. When we are constantly surrounded by others, it can be easy to get caught up in the dramas and challenges of daily life. But solitude gives us the space to step back and gain a broader perspective on our relationships and our lives. This perspective allows us to approach our relationships with greater clarity and wisdom, making more thoughtful and intentional choices. In the end, embracing solitude is not about isolating ourselves from others, but about deepening our connection to ourselves so that we can engage more fully with the people in our lives. By spending time alone, we cultivate self-awareness, emotional resilience, and inner strength, all of which enhance our relationships and allow us to connect with others in a more authentic, meaningful way. As we dive into the practice of embracing solitude and nurturing deeper connections with ourselves and others, it becomes clear that the ability to handle external forces with calmness and grace is vital. One of the most challenging external forces we face is criticism. While it can often feel like an attack on our worth, the Stoics teach us that criticism, when approached with the right mindset, can become a tool for personal growth. By learning to detach from the emotional sting of negative feedback, we can use it to sharpen our character and strengthen our resilience. Criticism often triggers defensiveness because it touches on our insecurities. We are conditioned to protect our self-image, and when someone points out a flaw or shortcoming, it can feel as though our value is being questioned. But the Stoics remind us that our worth is not determined by external opinions. By practicing detachment, we can view criticism objectively, separating the feedback from our sense of self. This mindset shift allows us to see criticism as information rather than a personal attack. One of the core Stoic principles is the understanding that we cannot control what others say or think about us. We can only control how we respond. This means that criticism is not something we should fear or avoid. Instead, we should welcome it as an opportunity to learn more about ourselves. When we detach from the need for approval, we free ourselves from the emotional burden of criticism and open the door to growth. By staying grounded in our own sense of self-worth, we become less affected by others' opinions. Criticism, when handled with a Stoic mindset, becomes a mirror that reflects areas where we may need improvement. Instead of reacting with anger or frustration, we can approach negative feedback with curiosity. What can this criticism teach me? Where can I grow? This attitude of openness transforms criticism from a source of pain into a valuable tool for self-improvement. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from self-examination, and criticism offers us a chance to do just that. When we practice detachment from criticism, we also build emotional resilience. It's easy to be shaken by harsh words or negative feedback, but the more we learn to view criticism as neutral information, the stronger we become. Each time we choose to remain calm and reflective in the face of criticism, we strengthen our ability to stay centered, regardless of external circumstances. This resilience not only benefits us personally, but also enhances our relationships and professional interactions, as we are no longer easily rattled by others' judgments. A key aspect of handling criticism like a Stoic is focusing on what is within our control. We cannot control the words or actions of others, but we can control our own thoughts, feelings, and responses. When we receive criticism, we have a choice. We can either let it damage our self-esteem, or we can use it as fuel for growth. The Stoics taught that our power lies in our response, not in the event itself. By choosing to respond with grace and reflection, we maintain control over our inner world, no matter what external feedback we receive. Another important Stoic teaching is the concept of humility. Criticism can often feel like a blow to our ego, but the Stoics encourage us to approach life with humility and a willingness to learn. No one is perfect, and we all have areas where we can improve. Criticism, when taken with humility, becomes a valuable guide, showing us where we can grow. Instead of defending our ego or dismissing feedback, we can embrace it as a gift that helps us become better versions of ourselves. It's also important to remember that not all criticism is valid or helpful. The Stoics taught the importance of discernment, of being able to evaluate feedback without being overly influenced by it. Just because someone criticizes us doesn't mean their opinion is accurate or worth taking to heart. By practicing detachment, we can objectively assess whether the criticism is useful or whether it reflects more about the other person than it does about us. This discernment allows us to filter out unhelpful criticism while still learning from feedback that has value. When we approach criticism with a Stoic mindset, we also reduce the emotional weight of praise. Just as we detach from negative feedback, we learn not to become overly attached to compliments or approval from others. This balance creates emotional stability, as we are no longer riding the highs and lows of external validation. Whether the feedback is positive or negative, we remain grounded in our own sense of self-worth, knowing that our value is not dependent on others' opinions. By learning to handle criticism with grace, we also improve our relationships. When we are not reactive or defensive in the face of feedback, we create an environment of open communication and trust. Others feel more comfortable offering constructive criticism when they know we will receive it with maturity and reflection. This openness strengthens our connections with others as it fosters mutual respect and a shared commitment to growth. Criticism can also be a powerful tool for self-reflection. The Stoics emphasized the importance of knowing oneself, and feedback, whether positive or negative, can offer valuable insights into how others perceive us. While we should not rely solely on external opinions, reflecting on criticism can help us see blind spots or areas where we may need to make changes. By embracing criticism as part of our self-reflective practice, we become more aware of how we show up in the world and how we can continue to grow. One of the most challenging aspects of handling criticism is learning to separate our emotions from the feedback. It's natural to feel hurt or upset when someone criticizes us, but the Stoics teach us to pause and reflect before reacting. By taking a moment to breathe and detach from the initial emotional response, we can approach the criticism with a clearer mind. This practice of emotional regulation is key to turning criticism into a tool for growth rather than a source of pain. Another benefit of handling criticism like a Stoic is that it helps us build confidence. When we learn to navigate criticism without letting it shake our self-worth, we develop a sense of inner strength. We become more secure in who we are, knowing that we can handle feedback, whether positive or negative, without being defined by it. This confidence allows us to take more risks, pursue our goals with greater determination, and engage more fully in life. Criticism, when approached with the right mindset, also teaches us the value of resilience. Life is full of challenges and setbacks, and criticism is one of the many obstacles we will face. By learning to handle it with grace and reflection, we build the resilience needed to navigate life's ups and downs. This resilience is not just about enduring criticism, but about using it as a stepping stone for personal growth and development. One of the most empowering aspects of handling criticism like a Stoic is that it helps us become less dependent on external validation. When we detach from the need for approval and accept criticism as part of the human experience, we stop looking to others to define our worth. Instead, we develop a strong sense of self that is rooted in our own values, beliefs, and actions. This independence from external opinions allows us to live more authentically and with greater peace. Criticism can also help us develop a greater sense of empathy. When we are criticized, we gain insight into how others perceive us, which can help us understand their perspective more fully. This empathy allows us to approach criticism with compassion, both for ourselves and for the person offering the feedback. We recognize that criticism, when offered constructively, comes from a place of care and a desire to help us grow. Handling criticism with a Stoic mindset also helps us develop better problem-solving skills. Instead of reacting emotionally to negative feedback, we learn to approach it with curiosity and a desire to improve. This problem-solving mindset allows us to turn criticism into an opportunity for growth, as we look for ways to address the issues raised and make positive changes in our behavior or approach. One of the key benefits of handling criticism with grace is that it helps us build stronger relationships. When we can receive feedback without becoming defensive or reactive, we create an environment of trust and open communication. Others feel more comfortable offering constructive criticism when they know we will receive it with maturity and reflection. This openness strengthens our relationships as it fosters mutual respect and a shared commitment to growth. Another important aspect of handling criticism is learning to forgive ourselves. It's easy to become self-critical when we receive negative feedback, but the Stoics teach us that self-compassion is essential for personal growth. When we receive criticism, we must learn to acknowledge our mistakes without letting them define us. By practicing self-forgiveness, we can move forward with a clear mind and a renewed commitment to growth. Criticism also teaches us the value of patience. It's easy to become frustrated or defensive when we receive negative feedback, but the Stoics remind us to approach life with patience and calm. By taking the time to reflect on the criticism rather than reacting impulsively, we can approach the situation with greater clarity and wisdom. This patience allows us to learn from the feedback rather than being consumed by it. When we handle criticism with a Stoic mindset, we also develop a greater sense of inner peace. By detaching from the emotional weight of negative feedback, we free ourselves from the constant need for approval or validation. This inner peace allows us to navigate life with greater ease, knowing that our worth is not determined by external opinions. We become more grounded in ourselves, confident in our ability to handle whatever feedback comes our way. The Stoic approach to handling criticism also teaches us the importance of focusing on what we can control. We cannot control what others say or think about us, but we can control how we respond. By focusing on our own thoughts, actions, and attitudes, we maintain a sense of control over our lives, regardless of external feedback. This focus on internal control allows us to remain calm and centered in the face of criticism, knowing that we are responsible for our own growth and development. In the end, learning to handle criticism like a Stoic is about cultivating resilience, self-awareness, and emotional balance. By detaching from the need for external approval and viewing criticism as an opportunity for growth, we transform negative feedback into a powerful tool for personal development. This mindset not only strengthens our character, but also enhances our relationships and overall well-being. Through the Stoic practice of detachment and reflection, we learn that criticism, when approached with grace and wisdom, can be a catalyst for becoming our best selves. As we learn to handle criticism with grace, turning feedback into a tool for personal growth, we come to realize that life's challenges are not always external. Sometimes the greatest challenge is internal, the way we fill our days with endless tasks and constant activity. While society often equates busyness with success, both Stoicism and Taoism remind us that constant busyness is not a path to fulfillment, but a distraction from what truly matters. To live a meaningful life, we must slow down, reflect, and create space for what is essential. In the rush of modern life, it is easy to confuse productivity with purpose, but true fulfillment is found when we prioritize what matters over the noise of doing more. Busyness often feels like progress, but more often than not, it becomes a way to avoid deeper reflection. When we fill every moment with activity, we leave no room for contemplation, for asking ourselves whether the things we are doing truly align with our values and desires. The Stoics believed in the power of reflection, of regularly pausing to assess whether our actions are leading us toward a virtuous and fulfilling life. Without this pause, we risk being swept up in the flow of busyness, losing sight of the bigger picture and our deeper purpose. Slowing down allows us to create space for mindfulness. When we are constantly busy, we operate on autopilot, moving from task to task, without fully engaging with the present moment. But when we slow down, we become more aware of our surroundings, our thoughts, and our emotions. This mindfulness enables us to be more intentional in our actions, making choices that align with our true values, rather than simply reacting to the demands of the day. Slowing down reconnects us with the present, giving us the clarity to focus on what truly matters. Constant busyness can also be a form of avoidance. When we are always occupied, we don't have to face the discomfort of sitting with our thoughts or confronting deeper questions about our lives. But this avoidance comes at a cost. Without time for reflection, we miss out on the opportunity to gain insight into ourselves and our goals. Both Stoicism and Taoism encourage us to embrace stillness as a way of finding clarity. In stillness, we can confront the truths we may be avoiding and begin to make changes that lead to a more fulfilling life. One of the most significant drawbacks of constant busyness is burnout. When we push ourselves to be constantly active, we deplete our energy and creativity. Over time, this leads to exhaustion, frustration, and a sense of being overwhelmed. But when we slow down and create space for rest and reflection, we allow ourselves to recharge. This balance between activity and rest is essential for maintaining long-term well-being and avoiding burnout. Slowing down is not about doing less. It's about doing what truly matters with more focus and energy. Busyness also keeps us from connecting with others in meaningful ways. When our schedules are packed, we may be physically present but emotionally distant, distracted by the next task on our to-do list. But relationships thrive on presence and attention. When we slow down, we make space for deeper connections, for truly listening and engaging with the people in our lives. Slowing down allows us to nurture our relationships and prioritize the connections that bring joy and meaning to our lives. Another reason constant busyness is a distraction is that it prevents us from engaging with our deeper purpose. We often confuse being busy with being productive, but not all activity leads to meaningful progress. The Stoics emphasize the importance of living a life guided by purpose, of aligning our actions with our values and goals. But when we are constantly busy, we may lose sight of what we are working toward. Slowing down gives us the space to reflect on whether our actions are truly moving us in the direction we want to go, or whether we are simply caught in the cycle of doing more for the sake of it. Slowing down also fosters creativity. When we are constantly focused on tasks and deadlines, our minds become narrow and focused on the immediate. But creativity thrives in spaciousness, in moments of rest and reflection. When we slow down, we allow our minds to wander, to explore new ideas and possibilities. This creative space leads to new insights and innovations that would not have emerged in the busyness of daily life. By slowing down, we create the conditions for creativity and inspiration to flourish. Busyness can also lead to a loss of self-awareness. When we are always doing, we rarely have time to check in with ourselves and assess how we are feeling, both physically and emotionally. This lack of awareness can lead to stress, fatigue, and emotional burnout. But when we slow down, we can tune into our bodies and minds, noticing when we need rest or when we are feeling overwhelmed. This self-awareness is key to maintaining balance and well-being, allowing us to respond to our needs rather than pushing through until we reach a breaking point. Both Stoicism and Taoism teach that a meaningful life is not about accumulating achievements or possessions, but about cultivating inner peace and wisdom. Constant busyness distracts us from this deeper pursuit, keeping us focused on external success rather than inner fulfillment. Slowing down allows us to shift our focus inward, to explore the questions that truly matter. What brings us joy? What do we value? What kind of life do we want to live? By creating space for reflection, we align ourselves with the path to fulfillment rather than getting lost in the rush of doing more. Busyness also keeps us from appreciating the present moment. When we are always focused on the next task or goal, we miss out on the beauty of what is happening right now. Both Stoicism and Taoism emphasize the importance of being fully present, of finding joy and meaning in the here and now. Slowing down allows us to savor the present, to engage with life more fully, and find contentment in the simple moments. This presence brings a sense of peace and fulfillment that constant busyness cannot provide. Slowing down also helps us become more intentional in our actions. When we are always busy, we may rush through tasks without considering whether they are truly necessary or aligned with our goals. But when we slow down, we can be more deliberate in how we spend our time and energy. We begin to prioritize what is truly important, letting go of the distractions and obligations that do not serve us. This intentionality leads to greater focus, productivity, and satisfaction in our work and life. Busyness can also keep us trapped in a cycle of doing without questioning. We may take on tasks or responsibilities out of habit or obligation, without considering whether they are truly necessary or meaningful. But when we slow down, we create space to question our actions and choices. Are we doing this because it aligns with our values, or because it's what we think we should be doing? This reflection allows us to break free from the cycle of busyness and begin to make more conscious, purposeful choices. Slowing down also helps us develop a greater sense of patience. When we are constantly busy, we may become frustrated or impatient when things don't happen as quickly as we would like. But by slowing down, we learn to trust the natural flow of life, to be patient with ourselves and others. This patience allows us to approach life with greater calm and resilience, knowing that not everything needs to be rushed or forced. Busyness often keeps us focused on external goals, but slowing down allows us to turn inward and cultivate a deeper connection with ourselves. Both Stoicism and Taoism emphasize the importance of inner peace and self-awareness as the foundation for a fulfilling life. When we slow down, we create space for self-reflection, for exploring our thoughts, feelings, and desires. This inner connection helps us align our actions with our true values, leading to a more authentic and fulfilling life. Slowing down also allows us to develop a greater sense of gratitude. When we are constantly busy, we may take for granted the small joys and blessings in our lives. But when we slow down, we create space to appreciate the beauty of the present moment, the people we love, and the opportunities we have. This gratitude brings a sense of fulfillment that constant busyness cannot provide, as it shifts our focus from what we are striving for to what we already have. Another benefit of slowing down is that it helps us cultivate a sense of balance. Life is not meant to be lived at full speed all the time. Both activity and rest are necessary for a healthy, fulfilling life. By slowing down, we create space for both, allowing ourselves to engage fully in our work and relationships, while also making time for rest, reflection, and self-care. This balance prevents burnout and leads to greater overall well-being. Slowing down also helps us reconnect with our passions. When we are constantly busy, we may lose touch with the activities and interests that bring us joy. But when we slow down, we create space to explore what truly excites and inspires us. This reconnection with our passions leads to greater fulfillment, as we begin to prioritize activities that nourish our souls, rather than just filling our schedules with obligations. Busyness can also lead to a sense of overwhelm, where we feel like there is always too much to do and not enough time. But slowing down helps us break free from this cycle of overwhelm. When we slow down, we realize that not everything needs to be done at once, and that we can approach tasks with greater focus and calm. This shift in mindset reduces stress and allows us to approach life with a greater sense of ease and flow. Slowing down also allows us to reconnect with nature. Both Stoicism and Taoism teach that nature is a source of wisdom and peace, and when we are constantly busy, we may lose touch with this connection. But when we slow down, we create space to appreciate the beauty and tranquility of the natural world. This connection with nature brings a sense of grounding and perspective, reminding us of the simplicity and peace that is available to us when we slow down and tune in. Another benefit of slowing down is that it helps us develop a greater sense of clarity. When we are constantly busy, our minds may become cluttered with tasks, worries, and distractions. But when we slow down, we create space for clarity and focus. This clarity allows us to make better decisions, to prioritize what truly matters, and to approach life with greater intention and purpose. Slowing down also helps us develop a deeper sense of trust in the flow of life. Both Stoicism and Taoism teach that life is full of cycles, of activity and rest, of growth and stillness. When we slow down, we learn to trust that everything has its time and place, and that we do not need to force or rush the process. This trust allows us to approach life with greater peace and patience, knowing that things will unfold as they are meant to. In the end, constant busyness is not a path to fulfillment, but a distraction from it. By slowing down, we create space for reflection, self-awareness, and meaningful action. We reconnect with our values, our passions, and the people we love. We find balance between work and rest, between doing and being. Through slowing down, we discover that true fulfillment is not found in doing more, but in being more present, intentional, and aligned with what truly matters. As we slow down and create space for what truly matters, we begin to see that life is not just about avoiding mistakes or keeping a flawless record. True growth comes from embracing failure and understanding its role in our journey. The Stoics, with their deep wisdom, teach us that failure is not something to fear or avoid, but rather an opportunity, a necessary part of personal development. Each setback carries within it the seeds of growth, pushing us to reflect, adapt, and move forward with more strength and wisdom. Instead of letting failure define us, we can learn to see it as a stepping stone toward becoming our best selves. Failure often stirs up feelings of shame and self-doubt. Society tends to celebrate success and achievements while quietly burying the stories of failure. But Stoic philosophy reminds us that failure is inevitable. It's not a reflection of our worth, but an essential part of living. To fail means we are trying, we are pushing ourselves beyond the comfort of the known, and we are learning in the process. Embracing failure with this mindset transforms what could be a source of discouragement into a catalyst for growth. When we view failure as part of the learning process, we shift from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. A fixed mindset sees failure as a dead end, while a growth mindset recognizes that every mistake is an opportunity to improve and refine our approach. This perspective helps us stay resilient in the face of setbacks. Instead of dwelling on what went wrong, we become curious. What can we learn from this? How can we do better next time? Failure becomes a tool for progress rather than a roadblock. One of the core lessons from Stoicism is that we cannot control everything that happens to us, but we can control how we respond. Failure is no exception. While we may not always have control over the outcomes of our efforts, we can choose to respond to failure with grace, humility, and determination. This shift in focus from external outcomes to internal resilience allows us to view failure not as a reflection of our abilities, but as a test of our character. How we respond to failure reveals our true strength. Failure teaches us patience. In a world that often glorifies quick success, it can be easy to feel disheartened when things don't go according to plan. But growth takes time. The Stoics understood this and urged us to practice patience with ourselves. Failure is not a sign that we are on the wrong path. It is simply part of the process. With patience, we learn to trust the journey, understanding that setbacks are not permanent and that progress is made one step at a time. When we embrace failure, we also cultivate humility. Failure reminds us that we do not know everything, that we are human and prone to mistakes. This humility is a gift. It keeps us grounded and open to learning. It prevents us from becoming arrogant or complacent. The Stoics valued humility as one of the key virtues because it allows us to remain teachable, to continue growing without being blinded by pride. Failure strips away our illusions and brings us face to face with reality, and in that space, true learning happens. Another important lesson from failure is that it helps us build resilience. Every time we fall and get back up, we strengthen our ability to persevere. This resilience is crucial, not just for overcoming failure, but for navigating the many challenges of life. Stoicism teaches that life will inevitably present us with hardships, and it is our resilience, our ability to face adversity without being broken by it, that determines our strength. Failure becomes a training ground for this resilience, helping us become more capable of handling future difficulties. Failure also forces us to re-examine our goals and methods. When we fail, it's an invitation to reflect on whether we are on the right path. Are our goals aligned with our values? Are we approaching the situation in the best way? Sometimes, failure points to areas where we need to adjust our strategies or rethink our priorities. This reflection can lead to breakthroughs that would not have been possible without the failure. It's through these moments of reassessment that we refine our path and make more informed decisions moving forward. One of the most powerful ways failure contributes to growth is by challenging our fear of judgment. Many people avoid taking risks because they fear failure and, more specifically, the judgment that might come from others. But when we embrace failure as part of the process, we stop caring so much about what others think. We realize that everyone fails, and that failure is not a reflection of our worth. This freedom from judgment allows us to take bold steps, to pursue our dreams without being held back by fear. Failure also teaches us gratitude. It may seem counterintuitive, but when we fail, we gain a deeper appreciation for success. When things come easily, we may take them for granted. But when we've struggled, when we've faced setbacks and overcome them, we value the victories so much more. Failure gives us perspective, helping us to appreciate both the highs and the lows of life. In this way, failure enriches our experience, making success all the more meaningful when it comes. Stoicism teaches that suffering is a part of life, and failure often brings with it a form of suffering, disappointment, frustration, or grief over what could have been. But the Stoics remind us that suffering is not something to avoid at all costs. It is through suffering that we grow, that we develop the strength and wisdom needed to face life's challenges. Failure, with all its discomfort, is a necessary part of this growth. By accepting this truth, we stop running from failure and start embracing it as a teacher. Failure also helps us build empathy. When we experience setbacks, we gain a deeper understanding of what others go through in their own struggles. This empathy allows us to connect with others on a more meaningful level, as we can relate to their challenges and offer support. Failure breaks down the walls of perfectionism and reminds us that we are all human, that we are all navigating this imperfect journey together. This shared experience of failure fosters compassion and understanding. Embracing failure also teaches us the value of perseverance. It's easy to keep going when everything is going well, but true perseverance is tested when we face obstacles. Failure challenges us to dig deep, to find the inner strength to keep moving forward even when things don't go as planned. This perseverance is a key ingredient for success, as it allows us to overcome the inevitable setbacks that come with any worthwhile endeavor. Another lesson from failure is that it helps us develop a healthier relationship with success. When we are overly focused on avoiding failure, we may develop a narrow, rigid definition of success. But when we embrace failure, we begin to see success not as a destination, but as a journey. Success is not about never failing. It's about learning from each failure and continuing to grow. This shift in perspective allows us to enjoy the process rather than fixating solely on the outcome. Failure also teaches us adaptability. When we fail, we are forced to adjust our approach, to find new ways of solving problems or achieving our goals. This adaptability is a valuable skill in all areas of life, as it allows us to navigate change with greater ease. The Stoics taught that flexibility is key to resilience. By embracing failure, we become more adaptable, more open to changing course when necessary, and better equipped to handle life's uncertainties. Through failure, we also learn the importance of self-compassion. It's easy to be hard on ourselves when we fail, to fall into a pattern of self-criticism or shame. But Stoicism teaches us to approach ourselves with kindness, to recognize that failure is part of being human. When we treat ourselves with compassion in the face of failure, we build the emotional strength to keep going. This self-compassion is essential for long-term growth, as it allows us to learn from our mistakes without being weighed down by guilt or regret. Failure also helps us build mental toughness. When we face setbacks, we are forced to confront our limitations and push beyond them. This mental toughness is what allows us to keep going even when things get difficult. It's what helps us stay focused on our goals even when the path is unclear. The Stoics believed that mental toughness, our ability to endure challenges with grace and determination, is one of the most important qualities we can cultivate. Failure provides the perfect opportunity to strengthen this inner resolve. One of the most liberating aspects of embracing failure is that it frees us from the pressure to be perfect. Perfectionism is a heavy burden, one that often keeps us from taking risks or pursuing our dreams. But when we accept that failure is part of the process, we release ourselves from the need to be flawless. This freedom allows us to take bold steps, to experiment, to try new things without the fear of falling short. It's in this space of experimentation and risk that true growth happens. Failure also teaches us the importance of reflection. After a setback, it's easy to want to move on quickly, to avoid thinking about what went wrong. But Stoicism teaches that reflection is essential for growth. By taking the time to reflect on our failures, we can identify the lessons they hold. What did we learn? What can we do differently next time? This reflection not only helps us avoid making the same mistakes in the future, but also deepens our understanding of ourselves and our goals. Embracing failure also helps us develop a sense of perspective. When we are in the midst of a setback, it can feel overwhelming, as though the failure defines us. But with time and reflection, we often realize that failure is just one part of a much larger picture. The Stoics remind us that no single failure defines our worth or our future. By keeping a broader perspective, we can see failure for what it truly is, a temporary setback on the path to growth. Through failure, we also learn the importance of persistence. Success is rarely achieved on the first try. Most often, it requires multiple attempts, each one bringing us closer to our goal. Failure teaches us to keep going, to keep refining our approach until we find what works. This persistence is a key ingredient for success, as it allows us to overcome obstacles and keep moving forward, even when progress is slow. One of the most valuable lessons failure teaches us is that growth is not linear. We often expect progress to be a straight line, but the reality is that growth involves ups and downs, forward steps, and backward ones. Failure is part of this natural ebb and flow. By embracing failure, we come to accept that setbacks are part of the process, and that each one brings us closer to where we want to be. This acceptance allows us to approach our journey with greater patience and resilience. Failure also teaches us the value of support. When we face setbacks, it's important to have a network of people who can offer encouragement and guidance. Stoicism teaches the importance of community, of surrounding ourselves with people who lift us up and help us grow. Failure reminds us that we don't have to go through challenges alone. By leaning on others, we build stronger relationships and create a support system that helps us navigate future setbacks with greater strength. In the end, embracing failure is about recognizing that it is an essential part of life. It's not something to fear or avoid, but something to welcome as a teacher. Each failure brings with it valuable lessons, opportunities for growth, and the chance to become stronger and wiser. Through failure, we learn to persevere, to adapt, and to approach life with greater humility and resilience. By embracing failure, we unlock the potential for deeper growth and fulfillment, knowing that every setback is a stepping stone on the path to becoming our best selves. Having embraced failure as a necessary part of growth, we shift our perspective to something even more transformative: gratitude. Gratitude, when practiced sincerely, holds the power to completely reframe our lives. It shifts us away from focusing on what went wrong or what's missing, and directs our attention to the abundance we already have. Both the Stoics and mindfulness traditions emphasize this practice because it cultivates contentment, joy, and a sense of fulfillment in even the simplest moments. By grounding ourselves in gratitude, we unlock a deeper appreciation for life as it is, which changes everything. Gratitude invites us to pause. In a world that constantly urges us to strive for more, it's easy to get caught in a cycle of dissatisfaction, always chasing the next goal, the next achievement, or the next possession. But gratitude disrupts this cycle. It asks us to take stock of what is already here: our relationships, our health, the beauty of the world around us. When we pause to reflect on these things, we realize that we are surrounded by abundance. The practice of gratitude becomes a powerful antidote to feelings of lack and insufficiency. One of the most immediate effects of gratitude is that it shifts our focus. Instead of dwelling on what we don't have or what's not going right, we begin to notice all the ways in which we are already supported and blessed. This shift in perspective doesn't mean we ignore our challenges, but it helps us approach them with a more balanced view. By focusing on what is good in our lives, we build resilience and cultivate a mindset that sees opportunities rather than obstacles. Gratitude also deepens our connection with others. When we take the time to express appreciation for the people in our lives, it strengthens our relationships. Whether it's a simple thank you or a more thoughtful acknowledgement of someone's impact on our life, these expressions of gratitude build trust and reinforce bonds. Gratitude reminds us that we are not alone, that our lives are enriched by the presence and contributions of others. This realization fosters a sense of community and belonging, which is essential for our well-being. Practicing gratitude also helps us develop a greater sense of humility. It reminds us that we are not entitled to everything we have, that much of what we enjoy is the result of circumstances beyond our control, whether it's the kindness of others, the opportunities we've been given, or even the good fortune of our health. This humility doesn't diminish our accomplishments. Rather, it puts them into perspective. We learn to appreciate what we have without taking it for granted, and this mindset leads to a deeper, more lasting sense of satisfaction. Gratitude can also be a powerful tool for shifting our emotional state. When we are feeling down, anxious, or frustrated, taking a moment to reflect on what we are grateful for can change our mood. It's not about ignoring or suppressing negative emotions, but about bringing balance to our thoughts. By focusing on what is good, we create space for positive feelings to arise, which can help us navigate difficult situations with more grace and perspective. The practice of gratitude is also closely linked to mindfulness. When we are truly grateful, we are fully present in the moment, appreciating what is in front of us. Gratitude pulls us out of the mental trap of worrying about the future or ruminating on the past. It grounds us in the now, where life is actually happening. This presence is the key to finding peace and joy, because it is only in the present moment that we can experience life fully. Gratitude helps us find meaning in everyday moments. It's easy to overlook the small joys that make up our daily lives, like a warm cup of coffee in the morning, a smile from a stranger, or the feeling of sunshine on our skin. But when we cultivate gratitude, we start to notice these moments more. We see them as gifts, as opportunities to experience beauty and joy. This shift in perspective turns the mundane into something magical, and it teaches us that happiness doesn't have to come from grand achievements or big events. It can be found in the small, simple moments of life. When we practice gratitude, we also build emotional resilience. Life is full of challenges, and it's easy to get caught up in what's going wrong. But gratitude helps us see that, even in the midst of difficulty, there is always something to be thankful for. This doesn't mean we ignore our struggles, but it helps us maintain a more balanced perspective. By focusing on what is good, even during hard times, we strengthen our ability to cope with adversity and maintain a sense of hope. Gratitude also helps us let go of the constant need for more. In a consumer-driven world, we are often encouraged to believe that happiness lies in acquiring more things, more money, more success, more possessions. But gratitude teaches us that we already have enough. It shifts our focus from scarcity to abundance, from what we lack to what we have. This realization brings a sense of contentment and peace, freeing us from the endless pursuit of external validation and material gain. Another powerful aspect of gratitude is that it fosters a sense of generosity. When we recognize how much we have been given, whether it's love, support, or resources, we are more inclined to give back. Gratitude makes us aware of our interconnection with others and the world around us. It inspires us to share our blessings, to help those who may not have as much, and to contribute to the well-being of others. In this way, gratitude not only brings us personal joy, but also creates a ripple effect of kindness and compassion. Gratitude also helps us cultivate a greater sense of acceptance. Life doesn't always go the way we want it to, and it's easy to become frustrated or disappointed when things don't turn out as planned. But when we practice gratitude, we learn to accept life as it is, rather than constantly wishing it were different. We focus on the gifts we've been given, rather than the things we feel are missing. This acceptance brings a sense of peace, as we stop resisting the present moment and learn to appreciate it for what it is. One of the most transformative effects of gratitude is that it helps us shift our identity. Instead of seeing ourselves as people who are always striving, always needing more, we begin to see ourselves as people who are already fulfilled. Gratitude reminds us that we are already whole, that we already have enough, and that we are enough just as we are. This shift in identity brings a profound sense of inner peace and self-worth, as we no longer feel the need to prove ourselves or chase after external validation. Gratitude also helps us become more patient. When we are constantly focused on what we don't have or what we want to achieve, it's easy to become impatient with ourselves and others. But gratitude teaches us to slow down and appreciate the process, rather than rushing to reach the destination. It reminds us that life is not about getting somewhere as quickly as possible, but about enjoying the journey and savoring each moment along the way. Practicing gratitude also helps us develop a greater sense of trust in life. When we focus on what we are grateful for, we start to see how much we are supported by the universe, whether it's through the people in our lives, the opportunities we've been given, or the simple joys of daily living. This trust allows us to let go of the need to control everything and instead flow with the natural rhythms of life. Gratitude reminds us that, even when things are difficult, there is always something to be thankful for, and this trust helps us navigate life's ups and downs with more grace. Gratitude also helps us develop a greater sense of clarity about what truly matters. When we are constantly focused on what we want or what we feel is lacking, it's easy to lose sight of our core values and priorities. But gratitude brings us back to the present, helping us reconnect with what is most important: our relationships, our health, our well-being. This clarity allows us to make more intentional choices, aligning our actions with our values and living in a way that brings deeper fulfillment. Another benefit of gratitude is that it helps us let go of comparison. In a world where we are constantly bombarded with images of other people's successes and achievements, it's easy to fall into the trap of comparing ourselves to others. But gratitude teaches us to focus on our own lives and appreciate what we have, rather than constantly measuring ourselves against others. This shift in perspective brings a sense of peace and contentment as we stop looking outside ourselves for validation and start appreciating our own unique journey. Gratitude also helps us develop a greater sense of presence in our relationships. When we are truly grateful for the people in our lives, we are more likely to show up fully for them, to listen with an open heart, and to appreciate the moments we share together. This presence deepens our connections and strengthens our bonds, creating more meaningful and fulfilling relationships. Practicing gratitude also helps us let go of the need for perfection. When we focus on what we are grateful for, we start to see that life doesn't have to be perfect to be beautiful. We begin to appreciate the messy, imperfect moments as part of the richness of life, rather than constantly striving for an unattainable ideal. This acceptance of imperfection brings a sense of peace and freedom, as we let go of the pressure to have everything figured out and start enjoying life as it is. Gratitude also helps us develop a greater sense of inner peace. When we focus on what we are thankful for, we create a sense of contentment that is not dependent on external circumstances. This inner peace allows us to navigate life's challenges with more ease, knowing that our sense of well-being is not tied to what is happening outside of us. Gratitude helps us cultivate a stable, grounded sense of peace that remains with us, even in the midst of uncertainty or difficulty. One of the most profound effects of gratitude is that it helps us develop a deeper appreciation for life itself. When we take the time to reflect on all the things we are grateful for, the people we love, the experiences we've had, the beauty of the world around us, we begin to see life as a precious gift. This appreciation brings a sense of awe and wonder, as we recognize that each moment is an opportunity to experience joy, love, and connection. Gratitude also helps us develop a sense of responsibility for our own happiness. Instead of waiting for external circumstances to bring us joy, we take ownership of our own well-being by focusing on what we are grateful for. This shift in mindset empowers us to create a life that is filled with meaning and fulfillment, regardless of what is happening around us. Gratitude teaches us that happiness is not something that is given to us, but something we cultivate from within. In the end, gratitude is not just a practice, it's a way of being. It transforms the way we see the world, helping us shift from a mindset of lack to one of abundance. It deepens our relationships, enhances our well-being, and brings a sense of peace and fulfillment that is not dependent on external circumstances. By practicing gratitude, we unlock the true joy of living, appreciating the beauty and abundance that is already all around us. Gratitude brings us closer to the present moment, teaching us to appreciate the beauty and abundance that already exists in our lives. But even as we practice gratitude, we are often confronted with situations beyond our control, which can stir up frustration and anxiety. The Stoics remind us that one of the greatest sources of inner peace is learning to let go of what we cannot control. By focusing on what we can influence and releasing everything else, we free ourselves from the constant stress of trying to manage things outside our reach. This simple yet profound shift can transform how we live, bringing a sense of relief, calm, and clarity. Letting go of control starts with understanding the boundaries between what we can and cannot influence. The Stoics believed that our power lies in our thoughts, actions, and reactions, but much of what happens around us, other people's choices, external events, and outcomes, are beyond our influence. By trying to control these things, we set ourselves up for frustration. But when we learn to focus only on what is within our power, we reclaim our peace. This practice not only simplifies our lives, but also makes us more effective in the areas where we can truly make a difference. One of the most common ways we try to control the uncontrollable is by worrying about the future. We spend countless hours imagining what might happen, hoping that by anticipating every possible outcome, we can prevent disaster. But in reality, worrying does nothing to change the future. It only robs us of the present. The Stoics remind us that the future is not ours to control. What we can control is how we prepare, how we respond in the moment, and how we approach uncertainty with calm and wisdom. Letting go of the need to control the future brings a sense of liberation and allows us to live more fully in the present. Another area where we often struggle with control is in our relationships. We may try to influence how others think, feel, or behave, believing that if we can just get them to act a certain way, everything will be okay. But the truth is, we cannot control other people. Their thoughts, actions, and emotions are their own. When we let go of the need to control others, we create space for more authentic, respectful relationships. We learn to accept people as they are, without trying to change them, which leads to deeper connection and greater harmony. Letting go of control also means releasing the outcomes of our efforts. We may work hard toward a goal, but the result is often influenced by factors beyond our control: timing, external events, or other people's decisions. When we attach our happiness to a specific outcome, we set ourselves up for disappointment. But when we focus on doing our best, without becoming attached to the result, we find peace in the process. The Stoics teach that true success is not in achieving a particular outcome, but in acting with integrity and effort, regardless of how things turn out. One of the most challenging areas to release control is in matters of health and the body. While we can make healthy choices and care for ourselves, much of what happens to our bodies is beyond our control. Illness, aging, and injury are inevitable parts of life. Trying to control these processes leads to frustration and anxiety. But when we accept that our bodies are subject to forces beyond our control, we can approach health with balance. We focus on what we can do: exercise, nutrition, rest, while letting go of the need to control every aspect of our physical well-being. Letting go of control also helps us develop emotional resilience. When we stop trying to control external events, we free up energy to focus on how we respond to them. The Stoics believed that our inner state is what truly matters, not what happens to us, but how we choose to react. By letting go of the need to control circumstances, we shift our focus to cultivating inner strength, emotional balance, and mental clarity. This shift empowers us to face life's challenges with more grace and less stress. One of the benefits of letting go is that it allows us to live with more flow and ease. When we try to control everything, we create resistance, both internally and externally. But when we release that need, we become more flexible, more adaptable to the natural rhythms of life. This doesn't mean we stop taking action, but rather that we stop fighting against what we cannot change. We learn to move with life rather than against it, which brings a sense of harmony and reduces the tension that comes from trying to force outcomes. Letting go also helps us manage expectations. When we hold tightly to a specific vision of how things should be, we often set ourselves up for disappointment. But when we approach life with an open mind and heart, accepting that things may not always go according to plan, we become more resilient. This doesn't mean we give up on our goals, but rather that we remain flexible in how we achieve them. By releasing rigid expectations, we allow life to unfold in unexpected and sometimes even better ways. The practice of letting go also encourages us to trust the process. Life is full of uncertainties, and trying to control every detail often leads to more anxiety than clarity. But when we trust that things will work out, even if we don't know exactly how, we cultivate a sense of inner peace. This trust doesn't mean we stop putting in effort. It means we do our part and then allow life to take its course. Trusting the process teaches us that we don't need to micromanage every detail to find success or happiness. Letting go also teaches us to embrace change. Change is one of the few constants in life, yet many of us resist it because it feels like a loss of control. But the Stoics remind us that change is not something to fear. It's a natural part of existence. When we learn to let go of our attachment to the way things are, we become more open to new possibilities and experiences. This openness allows us to grow and evolve, rather than staying stuck in outdated patterns or resisting the inevitable shifts of life. Letting go of control also helps us develop a sense of humility. The Stoics taught that much of what happens in life is beyond our personal control, and recognizing this fosters a sense of humility. We realize that we are not all-powerful, that we cannot control the universe. This humility doesn't diminish our worth. Instead, it allows us to live with greater acceptance and grace. We stop seeing life as something to conquer and start seeing it as something to experience fully, with all its ups and downs. One of the most powerful ways letting go transforms us is by reducing anxiety. Much of our stress comes from trying to control things that are beyond our influence. Whether it's worrying about the future, trying to manage other people's actions, or stressing over outcomes, this need for control creates tension and fear. But when we let go, we release that tension. We accept that we cannot control everything, and in doing so, we find a sense of peace. Letting go becomes a form of emotional freedom, freeing us from the constant pressure to make everything perfect. Letting go also enhances our creativity. When we are too focused on controlling every aspect of a project or situation, we often limit our ability to think creatively. But when we release the need for control, we create space for new ideas and possibilities to emerge. This openness to uncertainty allows for greater innovation and creative problem-solving. By letting go, we invite inspiration and flexibility into our work, making room for unexpected breakthroughs and solutions. Another important aspect of letting go is that it helps us accept failure and setbacks with more ease. When we try to control everything, failure can feel like a personal defeat. But when we understand that not everything is within our power, we begin to see failure as part of the process. We learn to accept setbacks as opportunities for growth, rather than as reflections of our worth or ability. This acceptance frees us from the fear of failure, allowing us to take more risks and explore new paths with confidence. Letting go of control also deepens our spiritual practice. Many spiritual traditions, including Stoicism, teach that surrendering control is an essential part of finding peace. By recognizing that we are not in charge of the universe, we develop a deeper connection with something greater than ourselves, whether that's nature, fate, or a higher power. This surrender brings a sense of humility and trust, helping us find meaning and purpose even in the midst of uncertainty. Letting go also enhances our ability to be present. When we are constantly focused on controlling outcomes, we are often thinking about the future or dwelling on the past. But when we release that need for control, we become more present in the moment. We stop worrying about what might happen and start engaging fully with what is happening right now. This presence not only brings more joy and fulfillment, but also allows us to respond to life's challenges with greater clarity and calm. Another benefit of letting go is that it strengthens our relationships. When we stop trying to control others, we create space for more authentic and respectful connections. We allow people to be themselves, rather than trying to mold them to fit our expectations. This acceptance fosters deeper trust and mutual respect, as we learn to appreciate others for who they are, rather than who we want them to be. Letting go also helps us set healthier boundaries, as we focus on what we can control, our own actions and reactions, rather than trying to manage someone else's behavior. Letting go of control also helps us develop greater patience. When we are fixated on controlling outcomes, we often feel impatient when things don't happen as quickly or smoothly as we'd like. But when we release that need for control, we develop a sense of patience and trust in the process. We learn that things unfold in their own time, and that forcing or rushing often leads to more problems. This patience brings a sense of peace and allows us to navigate life's challenges with more ease. The practice of letting go also teaches us to embrace uncertainty. Life is inherently unpredictable, and trying to control every aspect of it is not only exhausting, but also impossible. When we let go, we learn to embrace the unknown with a sense of curiosity and openness. We stop fearing what we cannot predict and start seeing uncertainty as a space of possibility. This shift in perspective brings more freedom, as we no longer feel the need to control every outcome in order to feel safe or secure. Letting go of control also helps us develop resilience. When we stop trying to control things that are beyond our influence, we build our capacity to adapt and respond to whatever life throws our way. This resilience allows us to face challenges with more grace and less stress, knowing that we cannot control everything, but that we can always choose how we respond. By letting go, we strengthen our ability to bounce back from setbacks and navigate life's ups and downs with greater confidence and ease. One of the most freeing aspects of letting go is that it releases us from the burden of perfectionism. Many of us struggle with the need to control every detail in order to make things perfect. But this perfectionism is not only unrealistic, but also exhausting. Letting go of control helps us embrace imperfection and recognize that things don't need to be flawless in order to be valuable or meaningful. This shift in mindset allows us to approach life with more joy and less pressure, appreciating things as they are rather than constantly striving for an unattainable ideal. In the end, the power of letting go lies in its ability to bring us peace, clarity, and freedom. By releasing the need to control everything, we free ourselves from the stress and anxiety that come from trying to manage the uncontrollable. We learn to trust the process, embrace uncertainty, and focus on what truly matters, our own thoughts, actions, and responses. This shift not only transforms our inner world, but also enhances our relationships, creativity, and overall well-being. Through the practice of letting go, we discover a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that we don't have to control everything to live a meaningful and joyful life. As we learn to let go of the need for control, we unlock a sense of freedom and inner peace. But another key to maintaining this balance in life is patience. In a world that glorifies speed, instant results, and quick fixes, patience becomes an often overlooked virtue. Yet, it is this very quality that allows us to approach life's challenges with grace and resilience. By cultivating patience, we create space to grow, to learn, and to achieve our goals without the stress of rushing or the frustration of unmet expectations. Patience is not just about waiting, it is about trusting the process and staying committed to our journey, no matter how long it takes. Patience gives us the ability to navigate life's obstacles without being overwhelmed by them. When faced with a challenge, it's easy to feel frustrated or impatient, especially when things don't go as planned. But patience teaches us to take a step back and breathe. It reminds us that not everything needs to be resolved immediately, and that some things take time to unfold. This calm acceptance helps us handle setbacks with more grace, allowing us to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. One of the most powerful aspects of patience is that it helps us manage our expectations. When we expect quick results or instant gratification, we set ourselves up for disappointment. But when we cultivate patience, we learn to accept that progress takes time. This shift in mindset reduces frustration and helps us stay focused on the long term rather than getting caught up in the immediate. Patience reminds us that good things are worth waiting for and that true growth is often a slow, steady process. Patience also allows us to build resilience. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, and it's easy to feel defeated when things don't go our way. But patience teaches us to trust that setbacks are temporary and that perseverance will eventually lead us to our goals. This resilience helps us stay committed to our path, even when progress is slow or difficult. With patience, we learn to see challenges as part of the journey rather than obstacles that block our way. In addition to helping us navigate difficulties, patience also enhances our relationships. When we are patient with others, we create space for understanding and empathy. We learn to listen more deeply, to give others the time they need to express themselves or work through their own challenges. This patience fosters stronger connections, as it shows that we value the other person's experience and are willing to meet them where they are. In this way, patience becomes a foundation for trust and mutual respect in our relationships. Patience also teaches us to appreciate the present moment. Often, we are so focused on the future, on what we want to achieve or where we want to go, that we forget to enjoy the journey. But patience grounds us in the here and now, reminding us that life is happening in this very moment. It helps us slow down and savor the small joys of everyday life, rather than rushing through them in pursuit of the next goal. This presence brings a deeper sense of fulfillment and contentment, as we learn to appreciate what we have rather than constantly striving for more. One of the most valuable lessons patience offers is the ability to embrace uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, and no matter how much we plan or prepare, we cannot control every outcome. But patience helps us accept this uncertainty with grace. It teaches us to let go of the need for immediate answers and to trust that things will unfold in their own time. This acceptance of uncertainty reduces anxiety and allows us to approach life with a sense of openness and curiosity, rather than fear or frustration. Patience also helps us develop self-discipline. When we are patient, we learn to delay gratification and stay focused on our long-term goals. This discipline is essential for achieving anything meaningful, as it allows us to resist the temptation to give up or take shortcuts when things get tough. Patience teaches us that success is not about how quickly we achieve something, but about staying committed to the process and putting in the effort day after day until we reach our goal. Another important aspect of patience is that it helps us avoid burnout. When we are constantly pushing ourselves to achieve more or move faster, we risk exhausting our energy and creativity. But patience teaches us the importance of pacing ourselves. It reminds us that rest and recovery are just as important as action, and that taking time to recharge is not a sign of weakness, but of wisdom. By practicing patience, we learn to balance effort with rest, which ultimately makes us more productive and sustainable in the long run. Patience also helps us build emotional resilience. When we are impatient, we often react to setbacks with frustration or anger, but patience teaches us to pause, to take a deep breath, and to approach challenges with a calm and steady mind. This emotional regulation helps us navigate difficult situations without being overwhelmed by them. Patience allows us to keep our emotions in check so that we can respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. In addition to helping us manage our emotions, patience also strengthens our problem-solving skills. When we are patient, we are more likely to approach challenges with a clear and open mind. We give ourselves the time and space to think through different solutions, rather than rushing to fix the problem as quickly as possible. This thoughtful approach often leads to more creative and effective solutions, as we are not limited by the pressure of time or the need for immediate results. Patience also teaches us the value of persistence. When we are patient, we learn that success is not always about talent or luck, but about staying the course, even when things get tough. This persistence is what allows us to achieve our long-term goals, as it helps us keep going, even when progress is slow. Patience reminds us that every step forward, no matter how small, brings us closer to our destination. Another benefit of patience is that it helps us build stronger connections with ourselves. When we are patient with ourselves, we give ourselves the time and space to grow, to learn from our mistakes, and to evolve at our own pace. This self-compassion is essential for personal growth, as it allows us to accept where we are without judgment or frustration. By practicing patience with ourselves, we create a foundation for lasting change and personal development. Patience also helps us develop a greater sense of humility. When we are patient, we recognize that we are not in control of everything and that some things take time to unfold. This humility allows us to approach life with a sense of openness and curiosity, rather than trying to force or control every outcome. Patience teaches us to respect the natural rhythms of life and to trust that things will happen when they are meant to, not necessarily when we want them to. One of the most transformative effects of patience is that it helps us cultivate a sense of peace. When we are constantly rushing or striving, we often feel stressed and anxious. But when we practice patience, we create a sense of calm and balance in our lives. We learn to trust the process, to accept that things will unfold in their own time, and to let go of the need to control every outcome. This inner peace allows us to approach life with more grace and less tension, which ultimately leads to a more fulfilling and joyful life. Patience also teaches us the value of letting go. When we are patient, we learn to release our attachment to specific outcomes or timelines. We recognize that things may not always go according to plan, and that's okay. This letting go frees us from the frustration and disappointment that often come with unmet expectations. Instead, we learn to embrace the journey, to trust that things will work out in their own time, and to find peace in the process rather than in the outcome. Another important lesson from patience is that it helps us develop a greater sense of gratitude. When we are patient, we learn to appreciate the small steps of progress we make along the way, rather than only focusing on the end result. This gratitude brings a sense of fulfillment and contentment as we learn to enjoy the journey rather than constantly striving for the next goal. Patience teaches us that life is not just about reaching a destination, but about appreciating each moment along the way. Patience also helps us become better communicators. When we are patient in our conversations, we give others the time and space to express themselves fully, without interrupting or rushing them. This active listening fosters deeper understanding and connection, as it shows that we value the other person's perspective. Patience in communication also allows us to respond more thoughtfully, rather than reacting impulsively. This creates more meaningful and respectful conversations, which ultimately strengthens our relationships. One of the most powerful ways patience transforms us is by helping us develop a greater sense of trust in ourselves. When we are patient with our own progress, we learn to trust that we are capable of achieving our goals, even if it takes time. This self-trust builds confidence and resilience, as we recognize that we don't need to rush or force things in order to succeed. Patience teaches us that we are enough, just as we are, and that our journey is unfolding exactly as it should. Patience also helps us develop a greater sense of balance in our lives. When we are constantly rushing or striving, we often neglect other areas of our lives, such as our relationships, our health, or our well-being. But patience teaches us to slow down and create space for what truly matters. It helps us find a balance between effort and rest, between action and reflection, so that we can live more fully and intentionally. In addition to helping us create balance, patience also fosters a greater sense of joy. When we are patient, we learn to appreciate the present moment, rather than constantly rushing toward the next thing. This presence allows us to find joy in the small, everyday moments of life, whether it's a conversation with a friend, a walk in nature, or a quiet moment of reflection. Patience teaches us that joy is not something to be chased, but something to be found in the here and now. Patience also helps us develop a greater sense of empathy. When we are patient with others, we create space for understanding and compassion. We learn to see things from their perspective, to give them the time they need to work through their own challenges, and to offer support without judgment or frustration. This empathy strengthens our relationships and helps us build deeper connections with the people in our lives. Another important aspect of patience is that it helps us develop a greater sense of purpose. When we are patient, we learn to stay focused on our long-term goals, even when progress is slow or difficult. This sense of purpose gives us the strength and motivation to keep going, even when the path is uncertain. Patience reminds us that true fulfillment comes from staying committed to our purpose, rather than rushing toward the next goal or achievement. Patience also helps us develop a greater sense of flexibility. When we are patient, we learn to adapt to the natural rhythms of life, rather than trying to force or control every outcome. This flexibility allows us to navigate challenges with more ease, as we are not rigidly attached to a specific plan or timeline. Patience teaches us to go with the flow, to trust that things will happen when they are meant to, and to find peace in the process, rather than in the outcome. In the end, patience is not just a virtue, it is a way of living that brings more peace, joy, and fulfillment into our lives. By cultivating patience, we learn to navigate challenges with grace, to stay committed to our goals without unnecessary frustration, and to appreciate the present moment for what it is. Patience teaches us that life is not a race to be won, but a journey to be enjoyed, and that true success comes not from rushing or forcing, but from trusting the process and staying the course.